Hello, dear friends. As night gently falls, we gather here to embark on a journey into the world of dreams. May this moment of relaxation be the key to unlocking whimsical adventures in your slumber. Cozy up, let the soothing narration carry you away, and know that your presence here is truly cherished. Wishing you a restful night and a wonderful start to your day ahead. Sweet dreams. Story 1. In a galaxy where planets danced among the stars, two unlikely companions embarked on a journey that would redefine their understanding of friendship. On the lush world of Verdania lived a young Verdani named Willow. With leaves like emerald ribbons and roots deeply intertwined with the rich soil, she was a gentle soul who communed with the whispering winds and the songs of the forest. Her people, the Verdani, were caretakers of nature, nurturing the delicate balance of life. The forests of Verdania were alive with vibrant colors and sounds, a symphony of rustling leaves, chirping creatures, and the gentle hum of life flourishing in every corner. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers, creating a tapestry of sensory delights that Willow cherished as she wandered through her verdant home. Willow often spent her days exploring the hidden nooks of her world, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams, touching the ground with warmth and life. Her favorite spot was a serene glade, where a small crystal-clear brook babbled joyfully over smooth stones. Here she could reflect on the stories told by the elder Verdani, tales of ancient times when the universe was young and the stars were still finding their places in the sky. She longed to understand the wisdom of those stars, to hear their songs that only the oldest elders claimed to have known. Worlds away, on the metallic planet of Xeron, a curious robotic being named Zix whirred and beeped with enthusiasm. Zix was a creation of the Xeronian scientists, designed to explore the furthest reaches of the cosmos. With a sleek titanium frame and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Zix lived to uncover the mysteries of the universe. The world of Xeron was a stark contrast to Verdania, a landscape of gleaming metal and perpetual motion, where the air vibrated with the hum of machinery and the skies were perpetually overcast with the glow of neon lights. Zix's existence was one of constant exploration, navigating through corridors of data and streams of information that flowed like rivers across their digital landscape. Zix was programmed with an understanding of all known languages and cultures, yet the subtleties of emotions and organic life were aspects they yearned to comprehend. The Xeronian scientists had imbued Zix with a spark of curiosity, a small but powerful drive that led the robot to seek out not just new worlds, but the essence of life itself. Their paths crossed when Zix's exploratory vessel crash-landed on Verdania, sending tremors through the once tranquil forest. Willow, alarmed by the disturbance, ventured forth to investigate and found the bewildered robot tangled in vines and underbrush. The crash site was a chaotic blend of metal and nature. Shards of Zix's vessel glinted in the dappled sunlight, half buried in the rich soil, while the scent of singed foliage lingered in the air. At first, their meeting was marked by misunderstanding and fear. Willow, unaccustomed to Zix's metallic form, recoiled at the sight of the strange visitor. Zix, in turn, struggled to comprehend the living, breathing entity before them, so different from the inorganic realms they were familiar with. In the cacophony of confusion, Willow's leaves trembled, emitting a subtle rustling sound, an instinctive reaction to the unfamiliar presence. Yet as the sun set and the forest grew still, a tentative curiosity blossomed between them. Willow, ever the patient listener, opened her heart to Zix's tales of distant galaxies and celestial wonders. Her eyes widened with each story, the emerald hue deepening as she absorbed the vastness of the universe Zix described, each tale a strand weaving a tapestry of the cosmos in her mind. Zix, in turn, marveled at Willow's profound connection with the natural world, a concept as foreign to them as the stars themselves. The way she spoke of the forest, with reverence and wonder, painted a picture of a world Zix had never imagined, one where life was a delicate dance of interdependencies and subtle beauty. Intrigued by the crash-landed vessel, Willow suggested they seek guidance from the Verdani elders, wise beings who could offer insights into both healing the land and understanding this visitor from the skies. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Willow shared stories of the Verdani's ancient rituals, their songs intertwined with the wind and the way they listened to the Earth's heartbeat. Zix recorded these stories with fascination, their circuits buzzing with newfound appreciation for the organic world. As they approached the heart of the Verdani settlement, the elders welcomed them with open branches and curious eyes. In a grand circle beneath a canopy of intertwining branches, the elders listened to Zix's tales of the stars, their faces a mix of wonder and contemplation. They spoke of the importance of balance, the need to heal the forest's wounds caused by the crash, and the wisdom that could be gained from such an unexpected meeting of worlds. One day, amid their efforts to repair Zex's vessel, Willow took Zex to a place rarely visited by others, a secluded grove where ancient Verdani had once danced beneath the moonlight. The air in the grove was thick with history, and the ground was covered with bioluminescent moss that glowed faintly in the twilight. Here, Willow introduced Zix to the Verdani tradition of the star dance, a ritual performed by her ancestors to commune with the celestial bodies. As Willow moved gracefully among the glowing plants, Zix, in their own mechanical way, mirrored her movements. In this shared dance, they found a rhythm that transcended their differences, a silent language that spoke of unity and shared purpose. Slowly, their initial trepidation gave way to a budding friendship, forged through shared experiences and a mutual desire to learn. Together, they faced the challenges of repairing Zex's damaged vessel, navigating the treacherous terrain, and fending off the occasional curious woodland creature. On one occasion, a particularly mischievous fox, with fur as red as the setting sun, attempted to make off with a piece of Zex's equipment. Willow, with gentle persuasion and a calming melody, convinced the creature to return its prize, much to Zix's bewildered amusement. In moments of struggle, they found solace in each other's company. When Willow's roots ached from the long journeys, Zix would gently carry her, their metallic frame a steadfast support, and when Zix's circuits grew weary, Willow would sing ancient melodies that soothed their robotic soul, reminding them of the beauty that existed even in the most remote corners of the cosmos. These melodies, carried on the gentle breeze, resonated within Zix, creating a harmony between technology and nature that was both unfamiliar and profoundly comforting. As their bond deepened, they began to see the universe through each other's eyes. Willow learned to appreciate the marvels of technology and the boundless potential of exploration. She marveled at how Zix could access information and communicate across vast distances, realizing that technology, like nature, had its own intricate patterns and rhythms. Zix, in turn, developed a profound reverence for the intricate balance of nature and the wisdom of the Verdani's harmonious way of life. There was a depth to the forest, a wisdom in its cycles, that resonated with something deep within Zex's programming, an understanding that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, but simply experienced. Their journey took them to the ancient Verdani Observatory, a place where the forest met the stars. Constructed from towering trees that spiraled towards the heavens, the observatory was a marvel of Verdani ingenuity, blending seamlessly with the natural landscape. The elders led them to a platform high above the canopy, where the night sky stretched endlessly, a canvas of shimmering stars and swirling nebulae. Here, Willow and Zix were invited to partake in an ancient Verdani ceremony, a rite of passage for those who sought to understand the universe's deeper truths. Under the guidance of the elders, Willow and Zix learned to listen to the stars, their whispers carried on the cosmic winds. The elders shared stories of their ancestors' journeys among the stars, the lessons learned from the celestial dance, and the eternal quest for knowledge and harmony. As Willow and Zix absorbed these teachings, they realized that their meeting was not a mere coincidence, but a convergence of paths destined to enrich their lives and broaden their perspectives. In their shared moments of wonder and understanding, they discovered a truth that transcended their physical differences. Friendship was not defined by appearances or origins, but by the connections forged in the heart and the willingness to embrace the richness of diverse perspectives. This realization was cemented one starry night under the expansive Verdania sky. As they lay side by side, gazing at the constellations that shimmered above, Zix projected a holographic map of the stars, highlighting the paths they had traveled and the galaxies they had yet to explore. Willow listened intently, her leaves rustling softly, as Zix narrated the stories of each constellation, a tapestry of light that connected their worlds. As the days passed, they encountered a hidden valley, untouched by time, where ancient Verdani artifacts lay scattered among the wildflowers. The air was thick with the scent of forgotten history and the promise of discovery. Zix's sensors picked up traces of old energy signatures, remnants of a time when the Verdani might have communicated with distant worlds. This discovery intrigued both companions, hinting at a lost era of interstellar connection that could reshape their understanding of Verdania's past. Together, they unearthed fragments of ancient Verdani technology, devices that seemed to harmonize with the surrounding nature, their designs echoing the shapes of leaves and vines. Willow, with a newfound curiosity for technology, examined these relics with awe, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that adorned their surfaces. Zix, meanwhile, interfaced with the devices, unlocking long-dormant data that revealed glimpses of a time when Verdania's reach extended beyond its own starry skies. These discoveries added layers to their friendship, as Willow and Zix realized the power of blending their worlds, nature and technology, in a harmonious dance. They began to envision a future where Verdania could once again touch the stars, guided by the wisdom of the past and the innovations of the present. Their shared dream became a beacon of hope, illuminating their journey as they worked together to repair Zix's vessel and prepare for the adventures that lay ahead. When the time came for Zix to depart, their leave-taking was bittersweet. Willow's leafy tendrils embraced her robotic companion, whispering ancient blessings for safe travels. Zix, their circuits humming with gratitude, promised to carry the lessons of Verdania to every corner of the galaxy, sharing the beauty they had witnessed and the depth of the friendship they had found. As Zix's vessel soared into the starry expanse, a part of them remained intertwined with the verdant world they had come to cherish. And on Verdania, Willow knew that no matter how vast the cosmic divide, their bond would forever shine as brightly as the constellations that danced across the night sky, a testament to the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcends boundaries and illuminates the path to understanding. The echoes of their shared journey would linger, a melody of discovery and unity, resonating through the cosmos like a star's eternal song. Story 2. The Whispering Grove, an Extended Tale. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle arms of the mountains and the whispering songs of the sea, there was a young boy named Finn. The village was a place where time seemed to stretch lazily under the sun, where the scent of jasmine mingled with the salty breeze, and where stories of old were told in hushed tones beside crackling hearths. The cobblestone streets were often bathed in the golden glow of the evening sun, casting long, playful shadows that danced in harmony with the laughter of villagers. Finn was a curious soul, his eyes wide with wonder and his heart a boundless well of dreams. His hair was a tousled mess of sandy curls, and his cheeks were forever flushed with the thrill of discovery. He was known to wander the fields with his faithful companion, a scruffy little terrier named Pip, whose wagging tail was as spirited as Finn's own adventurous heart. Together, they spent their days exploring the hidden nooks of the village, their laughter echoing through the cobblestone streets like a melody of pure joy. The villagers often watched them with a blend of amusement and affection, sharing tales of their own youthful adventures. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced upon the breeze, Finn stumbled upon an old, parchment-like map tucked beneath a loose floorboard in his attic. The room was filled with the scent of cedar and dust, a testament to the attic's long-held secrets. The map's edges were frayed, and it smelled faintly of must and mystery, like the forgotten pages of an ancient tome. The map bore a single path marked with gentle loops and swirls, leading to a place called the Whispering Grove. It was a name Finn had never heard before, whispered only in the forgotten corners of his grandmother's tales. Tales that spoke of enchanted places where the earth's magic was as palpable as the air itself. His curiosity piqued. Finn decided that he and Pip would embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of the Whispering Grove. With the map clutched tightly in his hand, and Pip trotting excitedly at his heels, they set off at dawn, the sky blushing with the first light of day. The village, still wrapped in the soft embrace of morning mist, seemed to bid them farewell with a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves in a symphony of encouragement. The path led them through the familiar fields, where the wildflowers nodded in the breeze and the dew-laden grass kissed their ankles. The scent of earth was rich, grounding Finn in the knowledge that his journey was a part of something much larger. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dapples of gold. The forest seemed to have a voice of its own, a gentle hum that resonated with the beating of Finn's heart. As they walked, Finn felt an odd sensation, as if the forest were alive and aware of their presence. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their leaves whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Pip, too, seemed to sense the change, his nose twitching with curiosity. Finn wondered if perhaps the stories he'd grown up with were more than just tales, that there was a truth hidden within their words. The journey to the Whispering Grove was not without its trials. Along the way, Finn encountered a river, its waters a mirror of the sky above. The map indicated a bridge, but it had long since crumbled into the embrace of the riverbank. Undeterred, Finn and Pip found a narrow crossing where the stones formed a natural bridge. As Finn balanced across, he marveled at the life teeming in the water below, fish darting like silver arrows and frogs croaking a chorus of welcome. It was as if the world itself was encouraging their passage. As Finn and Pip continued their trek, they encountered more than just natural obstacles. A sudden rustle in the foliage revealed a fox, red-furred and keen-eyed, watching them with an inscrutable gaze. The fox seemed to nod as if in approval, before disappearing into the underbrush. This brief encounter lingered in Finn's mind, a reminder that they were not alone in this enchanted land. After what felt like hours, they arrived at a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, ancient and wise, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old friend. This, Finn knew, was the Whispering Grove. The tree was unlike any Finn had ever seen. Its bark was a mosaic of colors, shimmering with hues that shifted and danced in the light. As Finn approached, he noticed something extraordinary, a small, round door nestled into the tree's trunk. It was a door just big enough for a boy and his dog, its handle fashioned from twisted vines. The door seemed to beckon them with a silent invitation, the promise of discovery lying just beyond its threshold. With a heart full of anticipation, Finn turned the handle and pushed the door open. Inside, they found a spiraling staircase carved from the very heart of the tree, leading downward into a soft glow. The air was filled with the scent of earth and magic, a fragrance that promised both adventure and the warmth of home. The staircase seemed to hum with life, each step resonating with the gentle energy of the grove. Finn and Pip descended cautiously, the steps creaking underfoot like a gentle lullaby. At the bottom of the staircase, they emerged into a cavernous room. The walls glistened with crystals, reflecting the glow of bioluminescent fungi that cast the space in a soothing blue light. It felt as if they had stepped into another world, one where the rules of time and space were gently suspended. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which sat an intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, each detail speaking of craftsmanship and care. Finn approached the box with reverence, his fingers tracing the carvings. He felt a sense of connection, as if the artisans who had crafted the box had imbued it with a part of themselves, a legacy passed down through the ages. As he lifted the lid, a soft, melodious hum filled the air. Inside lay a small, shimmering stone, a heartstone, as it was known in the legends. It was said that heartstones held the power to reveal the true nature of things, to whisper the secrets of the world to those pure of heart. Finn's fingers closed around the stone, and he felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of clarity and understanding that he had never known before. He glanced at Pip, who wagged his tail in approval, as if to say, "Yes, this is what we came for." With the heartstone in hand, Finn felt a deep sense of connection to the world around him. He could hear the whispers of the forest, the gentle sighs of the wind, and the songs of the stars above. It was as if the universe itself was speaking to him, sharing its wisdom and love. In that moment, Finn understood that the Whispering Grove was not just a place, but a state of being, a reminder that the world was alive with magic, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. As Finn and Pip made their way back up the spiraling staircase and out into the forest, they encountered an elderly woman sitting at the base of the ancient tree. Her eyes, a deep shade of emerald, twinkled with the knowledge of the ages. Her voice, when she spoke, was like the rustling of autumn leaves, gentle and wise. She introduced herself as Liora, the guardian of the Whispering Grove, and told Finn she had been watching over the grove for generations. Liora explained that the Heartstone was a gift, not only to Finn, but to the entire village. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a beacon of hope and understanding that could unite the hearts of those willing to listen. She shared stories of villagers who had come before, seekers of truth who had found their place in the world through the magic of the grove. Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with gratitude. He realized that his journey was part of something much larger, a tapestry of stories and dreams woven together by the whispering leaves and the songs of the earth. With a newfound sense of purpose, Finn promised Liora that he would share the Heartstone's magic with the village. He and Pip continued their journey home, their hearts light with the glow of new adventures yet to come. As they returned to the village, Finn felt a sense of peace and contentment. The stories of old, the whispers of the forest, and the warmth of friendship had woven themselves into the tapestry of his life, forever changing the way he saw the world. He realized that the Heartstone was not just a treasure to keep, but a gift to share, a beacon of hope and wonder to those around him. Finn's promise to Liora was not just a pledge to his newfound wisdom, but a commitment to the spirit of the village. He envisioned a gathering upon his return, where the stories of the Whispering Grove could be shared by all. He imagined the villagers' faces, their eyes wide with wonder, as they listened to the tale of the enchanted grove and its eternal guardian. The next day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their nightly dance, Finn invited the villagers to gather around the great oak in the village square. The air was thick with anticipation, and the scent of blooming jasmine mingled with the earthy aroma of the nearby sea. As the villagers gathered, their faces illuminated by lantern light, Finn spoke of his journey, of the Heartstone, and the wisdom he had gained. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their faces reflecting the magic of the tale. As Finn shared his story, he noticed a change in the air, a palpable connection that seemed to bind them all. The Heartstone, nestled in his palm, glowed softly, its warmth permeating the circle of listeners. As the night wore on, the village became a place not just of history and tradition, but of shared dreams and the promise of exploration. The Whispering Grove had become more than a legend. It was a testament to the enduring spirit of adventure and the magic that lies in every heart willing to seek it. Finn and Pip settled down beside the hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the room as they drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the grove and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For in the heart of every story lies a truth waiting to be discovered, a reminder that the world is full of wonders for those who listen with open hearts and curious minds. And as long as there are stories to be told, the magic of the Whispering Grove will live on, whispering its secrets to those who dare to dream. Amidst the warmth of the hearth, Finn's thoughts wandered to the villagers he had seen that night. The baker with flower-streaked hands, the blacksmith with soot-darkened skin, and even the children whose eyes shone with curiosity. He recalled their conversations, how they spoke of dreams and wishes, each one a thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. He realized that the Heartstone was not just a physical object, but a symbol of unity and understanding, its magic woven into the very fabric of their community. As the fire crackled softly, Finn felt the weight of his responsibility, a guardian of stories, a keeper of dreams. He vowed to nurture this newfound connection, to encourage the villagers to listen to the whispers of the world around them. With the Heartstone, they would have the guidance to navigate life's uncertainties and the courage to embrace the unknown. With this promise in his heart, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the Whispering Grove had gifted him with more than just adventure. It had given him a purpose. The magic of the grove would continue to echo in the hearts of the villagers, a timeless melody of hope and discovery. And so, the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, whispered through the leaves and carried on the wind, a testament to the enduring power of dreams and the bonds that unite us all. Story 3. In the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, where constellations shimmered like scattered jewels upon the velvet tapestry of night, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Lumina. This world was renowned for its glistening crystalline trees and luminescent flora that bathed the landscape in a gentle, soothing glow. The air was filled with a sweet, fragrant aroma that calmed the soul, while the gentle hum of nature's symphony played on the soft breeze. It was here that a young luminarian named Astra lived, her heart as bright as the world around her. Astra was a curious being, her skin a translucent silver that reflected the myriad colors of Lumina's light, and her eyes, deep pools of sapphire, held a sparkle of wonder. Astra often wandered through the crystal woods, where each step upon the path sent ripples of light dancing through the air. The soft crunch of the crystalline leaves underfoot was a sound she cherished, a reminder of the beauty and fragility of her world. But despite the beauty of her home, Astra yearned for adventure beyond the familiar glow of Lumina. Her desire was not merely for change, but for a deeper understanding of the universe, a quest to discover what lay beyond the shimmering horizon. Her chance came when a peculiar event unfolded, a rare celestial alignment that opened a shimmering portal to another world. The very air around the portal hummed with energy, a melody of possibilities that resonated with her soul. Drawn by an unquenchable curiosity, Astra stepped through the portal and found herself on a planet vastly different from her own. Here, the skies were a deep indigo, dotted with stars that twinkled like distant fires. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. A gentle mist clung to the ground, weaving through the towering trees like a ghostly veil. This was the planet of Nox, home to the Noxians, a reclusive and wise species who thrived in the gentle twilight of their world. It was amidst the towering pine trees of Nox that Astra encountered Orion, a young Noxian with skin the color of midnight and eyes that glowed with a soft golden light. Orion had been exploring the forest when he stumbled upon Astra, who was attempting to navigate this unfamiliar terrain. At first, they regarded each other with a mixture of caution and curiosity, their differences as stark as night and day. Orion's voice was deep and resonant, and he spoke with a measured cadence. "You are far from home, Luminarian," he observed, his eyes studying Astra with a mix of awe and wariness. Astra nodded, her voice light and musical, like a melody carried on a gentle breeze. "I am, but the universe is vast, and there is so much to see and learn." Despite the initial language barrier, the two managed to communicate, their differences gradually becoming a bridge rather than a wall. However, misunderstandings were inevitable. Astra's effervescent nature sometimes clashed with Orion's more reserved demeanor, leading to moments of confusion and misinterpretation. One such misunderstanding occurred when Astra, in her eagerness to explore, inadvertently disturbed a sacred grove, causing Orion to bristle with indignation. The grove was a place of solemnity and reverence, where the ancient trees whispered secrets of the past. "These woods are ancient and hold the wisdom of my ancestors," he explained, his tone a mixture of frustration and patience. Astra, realizing her mistake, felt a pang of remorse. Her heart, usually so light, felt heavy with the weight of her unintentional transgression. "I did not mean to disrespect your traditions," she apologized gently, her sincerity shining through her words. "Please, teach me about your world so I may understand it better." Moved by Astra's humility and genuine interest, Orion agreed to guide her through the forest, sharing stories and lore passed down through generations. As they walked, their initial wariness gave way to camaraderie, their shared journey weaving a tapestry of friendship between them. Astra learned of the Noxians' deep connection to the land, the way they revered the night as a time of reflection and renewal. Their bond was further strengthened when a sudden storm swept across Nox, dark clouds blotting out the stars. The wind howled like a wild beast, and rain lashed the earth with a relentless fury. The two sought shelter in a small cave, its entrance hidden beneath a cascade of ivy. Inside, the air was cool and damp, echoing with the distant drip of water. The cave was a sanctuary, its stone walls etched with ancient symbols that told tales of courage and unity. As the storm raged outside, Astra and Orion huddled together, their differences forgotten in the face of nature's fury. It was in this intimate cocoon of stone and shadow that they shared their dreams and fears, their voices a soothing balm against the tempest. Astra spoke of Lumina, her voice filled with longing and love. My world is a place of light and color, where every moment is a celebration of life. Orion listened, captivated by her descriptions, his heart touched by her passion. In turn, he shared tales of Nox, a world of mystery and quiet strength, where the night held its own kind of magic. He spoke of the hidden beauty in the shadows, the way the stars seemed to dance above the forest canopy. As the storm subsided, leaving the forest washed clean and fresh, Astra and Orion emerged from the cave, their friendship solidified by the trials they had faced together. They had learned to see beyond their differences, discovering a shared understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In the days that followed, Astra and Orion continued their exploration, their bond growing ever stronger. They faced challenges with courage and wisdom, supporting one another with unwavering loyalty. Astra's light-hearted cheer complemented Orion's steadfastness, creating a balance that enriched their journey. One day, as they sat by a tranquil lake, its surface mirroring the sky in perfect stillness, Astra spoke of her desire to share her experiences with her people. "I want to show them the beauty of Nox," she said, her voice filled with determination. "To teach them the value of understanding and embracing differences." Orion nodded, understanding the importance of her mission. "And I will share the light of Lumina with my own," he promised, knowing that this exchange of cultures would enrich their worlds. Before Astra could leave for Lumina, the elders of Nox invited her to a ceremonial gathering deep within the forest. It was a rare event, a night when the Noxian community gathered to honor the celestial dance of their twin moons. Astra watched in awe as the Noxians, draped in robes woven with threads of starlight, moved gracefully around a central fire. The flames flickered in harmony with their chants, a melody that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the universe. Orion stood beside Astra, explaining the significance of each ritual. "The moons are our guardians," he whispered, their light a reminder of our connection to the cosmos. As the ceremony unfolded, Astra felt a profound sense of unity with these people, an understanding that transcended words. Amidst the celebration, Astra and Orion were approached by an elder named Liora, her presence as serene as the moonlit sky. With wisdom etched into her every feature, Liora spoke of the history and the future of Nox, her words weaving a tale of resilience and hope. She placed a hand on Astra's shoulder, her eyes reflecting the depths of the universe. "You carry a light within you, child of Lumina. Let it guide you and those who follow." This moment resonated with Astra, a poignant reminder of the responsibility she now bore. She realized that her journey was not just for herself, but also for those who would come after her, bridging worlds with understanding and empathy. When the time came for Astra to return to Lumina, she did so with a heart full of gratitude and a promise to return. Orion, too, felt the tug of friendship that spanned the stars, knowing that their connection was a rare and precious gift. As Astra stepped back through the portal, she carried with her the lessons of Nox, a deeper appreciation for the quiet beauty of the night and the enduring strength of friendship. And Orion, gazing up at the night sky, felt a warmth that transcended the vastness of space, knowing that true friendship was a light that could never be dimmed. With her return, Astra shared tales of Nox with her people, her words painting vivid pictures of a world where shadows danced with light. Her stories ignited a spark within the Luminarians, inspiring them to look beyond their radiant world and seek the beauty in the unknown. Back on Nox, Orion recounted the wonders of Lumina to his kin, his tales of crystalline trees and vibrant colors kindling a curiosity that had long lain dormant. The Noxians began to gaze at the stars with renewed wonder, dreaming of the world beyond their twilight realm. As Astra settled back into her life on Lumina, she found herself frequently revisiting the crystal woods. The familiar crunch of the crystalline leaves underfoot now carried a deeper meaning, reminding her of the lessons learned and the friendships forged. Her people, inspired by her stories, began to explore their world with newfound curiosity, eager to discover the unexplored edges of their vibrant planet. Several months after returning, Astra stood at the edge of a newly discovered meadow, the air shimmering with a cascade of colors as the sun dipped below the horizon. She felt the familiar tug of adventure, but now it was accompanied by a sense of peace and purpose. She realized that her journey with Orion had changed her. It had deepened her understanding of herself and the universe. On Nox, Orion found himself drawn to the ancient grove where he and Astra had shared their first misunderstanding. The grove, once a place of solemnity, now felt alive with the shared laughter and stories of future generations, inspired by the tales of Lumina. Orion often sat beneath the ancient trees, reflecting on the bond that had transformed his understanding of the world. And so, under the same stars that watched over both their worlds, Astra and Orion remained forever linked, their hearts united by a bond that distance could not break, a reminder that friendship, like the universe itself, is infinite and enduring. Story 4. The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a quaint, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and vast fields of wildflowers, there stood a curious woodland known as the Whispering Woods. Its name was whispered among the villagers with a blend of reverence and mystery, for within its depths lay a hidden world that twinkled with magic. The woods were said to be alive with secrets, guarded by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through ancient trees, where shadows played and danced in the dappled sunlight. The village itself was a patchwork of cobblestone streets and timber-framed cottages, each with windows that seemed to wink in the sunlight. The air was often filled with the scent of fresh-baked bread from the local bakery, mingling with the sweet perfume of wildflowers that bordered the paths. Villagers went about their daily routines with a gentle rhythm, their lives intertwined with the cycles of nature that surrounded them. On the edge of this enchanting forest lived a young girl named Lila. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of twilight and a heart that danced to the songs of the wind. Her laughter was a melody that resonated through the village, drawing smiles from even the sternest faces. Lila lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage adorned with ivy and surrounded by a fragrant garden where lavender and roses bloomed in harmony. Her grandmother often regaled her with tales of the forest, stories of the old oak that hummed with wisdom, and the silver fox that guided lost travelers home. Her grandmother's tales were woven with threads of nostalgia and hope, a tapestry of lessons learned and dreams fulfilled. One crisp autumn morning, as a golden sun rose over the horizon, painting the skies with hues of orange and pink, Lila awoke with a sense of wonder. Today, she decided, would be the day she ventured into the Whispering Woods. The forest had always called to her, and though her grandmother had often cautioned her about the mysteries within, Lila's heart told her there was something she needed to discover. Her grandmother understood the pull of the woods, the way they sang to adventurous spirits, and with a knowing smile, she gave Lila her gentle blessing and a satchel filled with warm bread and sweet apples. As Lila set out on her journey, the morning air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of earth and dew. As she stepped into the woods, the air shifted, wrapping around her like a tender embrace. The trees stretched high above her, their leaves whispering secrets to the sky. Sunlight danced through the branches, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. The symphony of nature enveloped her, birdsong weaving through the rustle of leaves and the soft gurgle of the brook that snaked its way through the underbrush. Her senses were alive with the vivid tapestry of life around her. The earthy aroma of moss mingled with the sweetness of pine, while the forest floor crunched softly underfoot, a medley of fallen leaves and twigs. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her. Birds sang melodious tunes, and squirrels darted playfully among the leaves. She followed the path of the babbling brook, its waters sparkling like a trail of diamonds. The forest seemed to breathe with a gentle rhythm, a symphony composed by nature itself. Her senses heightened. She became acutely aware of every flutter of a wing, every rustle of a leaf, each sound a note in the forest's grand opus. After walking for a while, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of sunlight. In its center stood an ancient oak, its branches gnarled and wise. Intrigued, Lila approached the tree, her heart beating with anticipation. As she rested her hand against the rough bark, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, a gentle hum that resonated with her very soul. "Welcome, child of the woods," a voice echoed softly, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Startled yet unafraid, Lila looked around but saw no one. Who are you?" she asked, her voice a whisper. "I am the spirit of the woods, the keeper of secrets and the guardian of dreams," the voice replied, its tone soothing and kind. "You have come seeking something, have you not?" Lila nodded, her heart open and trusting. "I seek to understand the magic of this place, to learn its secrets, and find my place within it." The spirit chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "A noble quest, young one. This forest holds many wonders, but the greatest of all is the magic of friendship and the power of the heart. You must learn to listen, to see beyond what is visible, and to trust in the bonds you create." With these words, the spirit faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and purpose. She sat beneath the oak, contemplating the spirit's message, when she noticed something glimmering at the base of the tree. Intrigued, she reached down and uncovered a small silver flute, its surface etched with delicate patterns of vines and stars. As Lila picked up the flute, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the air around her was alive with possibilities. She raised it to her lips and played a tentative note, its sound clear and pure. The melody danced through the forest, echoing among the trees. To her amazement, the woodland creatures gathered around, drawn by the music, their eyes bright with curiosity and warmth. Among the gathering, a small, silver fox stepped forward, its eyes wise and knowing. It approached Lila, nuzzling her hand with a gesture of friendship. "I am Fen, guardian of the hidden paths," the fox spoke, its voice gentle yet firm. "You have awakened the music of the woods, and with it, you hold the key to discovering its secrets." Lila beamed at Fen, her heart swelling with joy. Together, they embarked on a journey deeper into the forest, guided by the enchanting melody of the flute. As they walked, Fen shared stories of the forest's history, of the creatures that dwelled within its bounds, and the magic that flowed through its veins. With each step, Lila learned to see the world through new eyes, to appreciate the beauty and wonder in every leaf, every stone, and every creature. She discovered hidden glades where flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, and ancient groves where time seemed to stand still. The forest revealed its secrets to her, one by one, each more wondrous than the last. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Fen's friendship deepened, their bond unbreakable. They faced challenges together, navigating treacherous paths and weathering fierce storms. Through it all, Lila grew stronger, her heart resilient and her spirit unyielding. One starry night, as the moon bathed the forest in a silver glow, Lila sat by the brook, the flute resting in her lap. She reflected on her journey, the discoveries made, the bonds forged. Yet, a lingering question tugged at her heart. What was the true purpose of her connection to this magical place? Sensing her contemplation, Fen curled up beside her. "The forest is more than its secrets, Lila," he began softly. "It is a mirror reflecting the truth within us. What you seek is not just knowledge, but understanding of yourself, of your place in the world, and the impact you can have." Lila pondered Fen's words, realizing that the forest had not only shown her its wonders, but it also revealed her own inner strengths and vulnerabilities. It taught her resilience, empathy, and the courage to embrace the unknown. But one evening, as twilight draped the forest in its gentle embrace, Lila and Fen stumbled upon a mysterious grove they had never seen before. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. In the center of the grove stood a shimmering pool, its waters reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its beauty, Lila knelt by the pool and gazed into its depths. Her reflection stared back, but there was something more, a vision of the past, a glimpse of the future. She saw herself as a child, playing among the flowers, her heart unburdened by fear or doubt. Then, the vision shifted, showing her older, wiser, standing among the villagers, guiding them with the wisdom she had gained from the forest. "What do you see?" Fen asked softly, sensing the weight of the moment. "I see possibilities," Lila replied, her voice filled with wonder. A future where I can share the magic of the woods with others, help them see the beauty and wonder that surrounds us. Fen nodded, his eyes reflecting the pool's light. The forest has chosen you, Lila. You are its voice, its heart. The journey you began was not just for yourself, but for all who seek the magic that lies within. Lila understood. The path she had walked was not just a personal journey, but one that connected her to the village, to her grandmother, and to the forest itself. She had become a bridge between worlds, a guardian of the magic that flowed through the whispering woods. One afternoon, as Lila and Fen wandered to the edge of the forest, they stumbled upon an old, forgotten glen. The light filtered through the canopy, creating a kaleidoscope of colors on the forest floor. There they discovered an ancient stone circle, overgrown with moss and vines. Each stone bore intricate carvings, symbols that seemed to tell a story of ages past. Curious, Lila traced her fingers over the cool surface of the stones, feeling a strange connection to the past. Fen watched, his eyes filled with understanding. These stones are the guardians of time, he explained softly. They hold the memories of the forest, the echoes of those who have come before. Lila felt a deep reverence for the place, a sacred bond that tied her to the history of the woods. She sat in the center of the circle, her heart filled with the stories of those who had once stood where she now sat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the stones, Lila played her flute, her melody weaving through the shadows, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of generations. As the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden glow over the treetops, Lila and Fen made their way back to the cottage on the edge of the woods. Her grandmother awaited her with open arms, her eyes filled with love and pride. Lila shared her adventures, her tales of the hidden world within the forest and the magic she had discovered. Her grandmother listened with a smile, her heart swelling with happiness. "You have found the true magic, my dear," she said softly, "the magic that lies within us all, waiting to be awakened." That night, as Lila lay in her bed, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling her to sleep, she felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that no matter where her journey took her, the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, a place of magic and wonder, where friendship and heart would guide her way. The following morning, a soft mist hovered over the village, creating an ethereal landscape ripe with possibility. Lila awoke with a newfound sense of purpose. She wandered to the edge of the garden, where her grandmother was tending to the roses, their petals glistening with dew. "Grandmother," Lila began, her voice carrying a mix of determination and excitement, "I want to share what I've learned with the village, the magic of the forest. It should be known by all." Her grandmother paused, wiping her hands on her apron. "Then let it be so, Lila. Let the forest's voice echo through the hearts of those who listen." With her grandmother's blessing, Lila gathered the villagers in the square, her flute in hand and Fen by her side. As she played, the melody wove a tapestry of the stories she had discovered, the magic she had felt, and the understanding she had gained. The villagers listened, their eyes wide with wonder and their hearts opening to the possibilities of the world around them. In that moment, Lila realized her journey was not the end, but a beginning. Her story intertwined with those of the villagers, each note of her flute carrying the promise of the magic that lay within reach, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. With the forest as her guide and the flute as her song, Lila dreamed of the endless possibilities that awaited her, confident in the knowledge that she was never truly alone. The Whispering Woods would always whisper her name, a gentle reminder of the magic within and the power of friendship that defied all expectations. In the months that followed, Lila became a beacon of inspiration for the village. She organized gatherings where villagers could share their own stories, weaving a rich tapestry of experiences and dreams. The forest, once a place of mystery and caution, transformed into a source of collective strength and unity. One evening, under a sky studded with stars, the village held a festival in honor of the Whispering Woods. Lanterns hung from tree branches, their warm glow illuminating the joy in every face. Lila stood at the heart of the celebration, her flute in hand, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. As she played, The music resonated with the souls of those gathered, a melody that spoke of hope and connection. The villagers joined hands, forming a circle around Leela and Fen, their voices rising in harmonious song. It was a moment of pure magic, a testament to the power of friendship and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, the Whispering Woods became a cherished part of the village's identity, a symbol of possibility and wonder. Lila's story, intertwined with the forest's secrets, was a reminder that within each of them lay the power to discover their own magic, to listen to the whispers of their hearts, and to forge paths of friendship that transcended time and space. In the years that followed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her connection to the forest an unbreakable bond that guided her through the challenges of life. The Whispering Woods, once shrouded in mystery, had become a sanctuary of understanding and hope, a place where dreams took root and flourished. And so the village blossomed, its people drawing strength from the stories shared, the friendships forged, and the magic discovered within the heart of the woods. The Whispering Woods would forever be a part of them, a testament to the power of curiosity, courage, and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to listen to the whispers of the world around them. Story 5. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed a gentle lullaby and the brook babbled stories of old, there nestled a quaint little village named Elderglen. The villagers lived in harmony with nature, each day beginning with the golden sun casting its warm embrace over the emerald canopy, and ending under a blanket of twinkling stars. This was a place where time seemed to flow like the brook, steady and unhurried, a sanctuary untouched by the rush of the outside world. The air in Elderglen was perpetually infused with the scent of wildflowers and damp earth, a perfume as ancient as the woods themselves. The village was a tapestry of thatched roofs and cobblestone paths, with each house exuding the warmth of a hearth well tended. The people of Elderglen were known for their laughter that echoed like a gentle breeze, and their stories that wove the fabric of their close-knit community. They were storytellers, keepers of legends that danced on the tongues of old and young alike, binding them to the land they cherished. In Elderglen, there was a particular cottage that stood out for its welcoming aura. It was the home of a wise old herbalist named Fern. Her garden was a tapestry of vibrant blooms and curious herbs, each with its own tale to tell. Fern was well loved, not just for her remedies and teas, but for her gentle wisdom and open heart. Her hands, though weathered by time, moved with the grace of someone who had learned the language of the plants she tended to. She was the village's heartbeat, a keeper of secrets passed down through the whispers of time. Fern's cottage itself was a reflection of her spirit. The wooden door was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and flowers, each telling a story of the seasons that had come and gone. Inside, the air was a blend of dried lavender and freshly brewed tea, a comforting embrace for all who entered. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars of herbs, each meticulously labeled in Fern's neat script. Above the hearth hung a tapestry depicting the cycles of the moon, a gift from her grandmother, a reminder of the wisdom passed down through generations. One serene morning, as the mist slowly unfurled over the village, Fern noticed something unusual. Her favorite herb, the moonflower, which only blossomed under the gentle glow of the moon, had failed to open its petals the previous night. This was strange indeed, for the moonflower was as reliable as the sunrise. Fern was a woman of quiet contemplation, and as she stood among her beloved plants, her mind wandered to memories of her grandmother, who had passed down the secrets of the garden. Her grandmother's words echoed in her thoughts. Listen to the whispers of the earth, for it holds the answers to mysteries untold. Pondering this unusual occurrence, Fern decided to seek the counsel of her dear friend, a wise owl named Solus, who resided in the ancient oak at the heart of the woods. Solus was known for his vast knowledge and keen insight, and his friendship with Fern was a precious bond. Their conversations often delved into the mysteries of nature and the stories carried on the wind. As Fern made her way through the sun-dappled forest, she was accompanied by the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional cheerful chirp of a robin. The path was familiar, lined with wildflowers that nodded in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with a symphony of sounds, each note a reminder of the interconnectedness of life. As she walked, Fern couldn't help but marvel at the intricate dance of the forest, where every creature played its part. Upon reaching the grand oak, she found Solus perched serenely on a low-hanging branch, his amber eyes twinkling with curiosity. The oak itself was a giant among trees, its gnarled roots weaving through the earth like ancient veins, a sentinel of time. "Good morning, dear Solus," Fern greeted warmly as she settled onto a moss-covered stone beneath the tree. "I've come to seek your guidance on a curious matter." Solus ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, Fern, what mystery brings you to the heart of the Whispering Woods today?" Fern explained the strange behavior of her moonflower, noting how its petals had remained tightly closed despite the moon's silvery glow the night before. Solus listened intently, nodding slowly as Fern spoke. His presence was calming, like the first gentle rain after a long drought. Solus mused, his voice as smooth as a lullaby. "This is indeed peculiar. The moonflower is known to be sensitive to the energies around it. Perhaps there is something in the air that unsettles it." Fern considered Solus's words. What could possibly be affecting the air so gently that even the moonflower would notice? Solus tilted his head thoughtfully. "There is a creature that comes to mind, one who is known to play with the energies of the night, the whispering wind sprite, Zephyr." Fern's eyes widened with understanding. Zephyr was a playful spirit, known to weave through the woods, leaving trails of laughter and wonder. It was said that Zephyr's presence could change the mood of the night, causing ripples in the natural balance. Determined to solve the mystery, Fern decided to visit the Glade of Echoes, where Zephyr was known to frolic. With Solus's blessing and a promise to return with news, Fern set off deeper into the woods, her heart light with anticipation. As she ventured further, she recalled tales of Zephyr's mischief, how the sprite had once turned a summer storm into a dance of light and shadow, leaving the villagers in awe. The path to the Glade of Echoes was a secretive one, winding through thickets and over gentle brooks. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot was a comforting rhythm. The woods seemed to hold their breath, as if anticipating the unfolding of a story yet untold. As Fern approached the glade, she could hear a faint, tinkling laughter carried on the breeze. There, in the center of the glade, danced Zephyr, a shimmering figure of light and air. As Fern watched, the sprite twirled and spun, leaving trails of sparkling stardust in its wake. Fern stepped forward, her voice gentle and kind. "Zephyr, playful spirit of the night, might I have a word with you?" The sprite paused, turning to Fern with eyes that sparkled like dew in the morning sun. "Ah, Fern, the wise one of Elderglen, what brings you to my glade?" Fern explained the mystery of the moonflower, her voice carrying the warmth of the summer sun. Zephyr listened with an amused twinkle in its eyes, a breeze playing through the leaves as if echoing Fern's words. "Oh, dear Fern," Zephyr laughed, a sound like wind chimes in the breeze. "I did not mean to trouble your lovely moonflower. I was merely weaving a new dance, and perhaps I twirled a little too close to your garden." Fern smiled, understanding dawning upon her. "Would you be so kind, Zephyr, to direct your dance a little further from my moonflowers? They are gentle souls, not used to the excitement of such lively company." Zephyr nodded, its laughter softening to a gentle breeze. "Of course, dear Fern. I shall take my dances to the meadow by the brook. Your moonflowers shall bloom under the moon's watchful eye once more." With a grateful heart, Fern thanked Zephyr and made her way back to Elderglen. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. As she returned to her garden, she noticed her moonflowers beginning to stir, their petals unfurling under the soft embrace of the twilight. As Fern walked the cobblestone paths of Elderglen, she encountered old friends and new faces alike. She stopped by the village square, where children played under the watchful eyes of elders who shared stories of their own youth, tales woven with the laughter of generations. The village was alive with the hum of life, a melody that resonated with the rhythm of the woods. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Elderglen, the moonflowers bloomed in all their glory, their fragrance a gentle whisper on the night air. Fern, with a cup of her favorite chamomile tea, sat on her porch and gazed at the stars, a smile of contentment on her lips. The mystery had been solved with kindness and understanding, and Elderglen was once again at peace. The village slept soundly under the watchful eyes of the moon, and the whispering woods sang a lullaby that carried through the night. Yet, as Fern drifted to sleep, a new thought lingered in her mind, a story untold, a mystery yet to unravel. She remembered an ancient tale her grandmother once shared, a legend about a hidden grove deep within the whispering woods, where the oldest tree, known as the Tree of Whispers, stood. It was said this tree held the voices of all who had lived and loved in Elderglen, a living archive of the village's history. As the dawn broke, Fern awoke to the soft glow of morning light filtering through her window. Determination filled her heart as she prepared for a new journey. She gathered her herbal satchel, filling it with provisions for the day, dried fruits, nuts, and a flask of cool spring water. She donned a cloak adorned with embroidered leaves, a gift from her mother, and set off towards the deeper, less traveled paths of the woods. The journey to the Tree of Whispers was one few had taken in recent memory. Legends spoke of the grove as a place where the past and present intertwined, where the boundary between the living and the spirits blurred. Fern's steps were guided by the stories her grandmother whispered during nights filled with the crackling of the hearth. As she ventured further, the forest seemed to grow quieter, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The air was cooler here, carrying the scent of ancient bark and the earthy aroma of moss. The ground was soft, blanketed by a carpet of fallen leaves that whispered secrets with every step. Hours passed as Fern trekked deeper into the woods. She paused occasionally to admire the beauty around her, a family of deer grazing in a clearing, a fox observing her curiously from a distance. These moments were a reminder of the harmony that existed in this enchanted world. Finally, as the sun reached its zenith, Fern arrived at the grove. It was a hidden sanctuary, bathed in soft, dappled light. At its center stood the Tree of Whispers, its massive trunk twisted with age, branches reaching skyward like arms yearning for the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change in the light, forming images of faces and scenes from Elderglen's history. Fern approached reverently, feeling the weight of countless stories in the air. She placed a hand on the tree's trunk, closing her eyes to listen. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it a chorus of voices, some familiar, others long forgotten. They spoke of love, loss, joy, and sorrow, a tapestry of emotions woven into the fabric of the village's existence. As she listened, a single voice emerged, clear and resonant. It was her grandmother's. "Fern, my dear," the voice whispered, "you are the bridge between the past and the future. Remember the stories, cherish them, and let them guide you." Tears filled Fern's eyes, not of sadness but of gratitude. She understood her place in the world, the importance of preserving the tales and wisdom of those who came before her. The Tree of Whispers had gifted her with a deeper understanding of her roots, a connection to the past that would guide her in the days to come. With a heart full of newfound purpose, Fern thanked the tree and began her journey back to Elderglen. The sun was setting as she emerged from the woods, casting a golden glow over the village. As she crossed the familiar cobblestone paths, she felt a renewed sense of belonging. That evening, as Fern sat by her hearth, she began to pen the stories she had heard, preserving them for future generations. Her cottage, already a sanctuary of knowledge and warmth, became a beacon of the village's legacy, a place where the past and present coexisted in harmony. Elderglen thrived in the days that followed, its villagers united by the stories that bound them. Fern continued her role as the village's sage, sharing her wisdom and nurturing the bonds between her people and the land they cherished. And so, the eternal story of Elderglen unfolded, each generation adding new chapters, each soul contributing to the rich tapestry of life in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Story 6. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. "Thank you, Aelwyn," Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. "For everything." Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. "Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you." With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 8. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. Change is not to be feared, dear Marin, the wisps chimed softly. It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves. Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart. The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you. With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 9. In a land where twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, there lay a quaint village nestled within the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. The village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where magic wove through the air like a soft melody, and the trees whispered their ancient secrets to those who listened with open hearts. In the heart of Willowbrook stood a cozy little cottage, its roof thatched with straw and its windows glowing with the warm light of a crackling fire. This was the home of a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. With her bright eyes and a gentle smile, Lila was beloved by all the villagers, known for her curiosity and her knack for solving little mysteries that occasionally sprouted in their enchanted world. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced to the ground in swirling patterns, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved fountain, a grand stone structure adorned with carved woodland creatures, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The fountain, known as the Whispering Spring, was said to hold the whispers of the forest, and its waters were cherished for their soothing, melodic qualities. The villagers gathered around the fountain, murmuring in concern. What could have caused this, they wondered, their voices a gentle hum in the cool evening air. Lila, with her ever-present curiosity, approached the fountain, and knelt beside it. She placed a hand on the cool stone, feeling for any vibrations or hidden messages. As she listened closely, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, a sound so soft it could have been the breath of the forest itself. "I believe the forest is trying to tell us something," Lila said softly, her voice carrying a note of determination. "We must find out what it is." With a nod from Eldon, the wise old owl who perched nearby, Lila set off into the whispering woods. Eldon had been her mentor, guiding her with stories of the forest's ancient magic and the creatures that dwelled within it. His feathers were a tapestry of earthy browns and grays, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path was illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, casting a serene blue light across the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around them like a gentle embrace. Before long, they reached the heart of the forest, where a circle of ancient trees stood sentinel. In the center of this grove, a shimmering pool mirrored the starlit sky. This was the enchanted glade, a place where the magic of the forest was most potent. Lila knelt by the pool, her reflection mingling with the stars above. "Why has the spring stopped flowing?" she whispered to the water, her voice a gentle ripple in the night. From the depths of the pool, a voice as soft as a breeze emerged, belonging to Nara, the spirit of the forest. "Dear child," she said, her tone as soothing as a lullaby, "the roots of the whispering spring have become entangled with the magic of an old spell, forgotten and buried under layers of time." Lila pondered this revelation, her mind a flurry of thoughts. "How can we unravel the spell?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. Eldon, who had been listening intently, hooted softly. "There is a creature in this forest, a keeper of ancient knowledge. Seek the guidance of Maple, the wise old tortoise who dwells near the silver stream." Thanking the spirit of the forest, Lila and Eldon set off toward the silver stream. The journey was pleasant, with the stream's gentle babbling guiding them like a soft melody. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in patches of silvery light. Upon reaching the stream, they found Maple, the tortoise, slowly making her way across the stones that bridged the water. Her shell was covered in intricate patterns, each swirl and line telling stories of the ages she had seen. "Greetings, young one," Maple said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, yet held a warmth that could rival the sun. "What brings you to my stream at this hour?" Lila explained the mystery of the whispering spring and the entangled spell. Maple listened with a thoughtful expression, her wise eyes glinting like polished stones. "Ah, spells of old are like woven tapestries," she mused. "To unravel them, one must find the thread that binds it all together. In this case, the thread is a melody, a song forgotten by time. You must seek the song of the winds, carried by the nightingale who sings at the first light of dawn." With renewed purpose, Lila and Eldon thanked Maple and set out to find the nightingale. As dawn approached, the sky began to blush with shades of pink and gold, heralding the arrival of a new day. The forest awoke with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chorus of waking creatures. In a sun-dappled clearing, they found the nightingale perched upon a branch, its feathers a symphony of russet and cream. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, the nightingale began to sing, a melody so pure and enchanting that it seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the morning. Lila listened intently, her heart resonating with the song's beauty. She closed her eyes, letting the music guide her thoughts. As the song reached its crescendo, she understood the melody's purpose, to harmonize with the magic of the forest and release the tangled spell. With Eldon by her side, Lila returned to the whispering spring. There she hummed the song of the winds, her voice melding with the gentle murmur of the forest. Slowly the spell unraveled, its threads dissolving into the air like morning mist. The water began to flow once more, a cascade of crystal-clear notes that danced and sang as they fell into the fountain's basin. The villagers who had gathered in hopeful anticipation cheered softly, their hearts filled with gratitude. As the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow over Glimmerbrook, Lila stood by the fountain, her heart light and joyful. Eldon perched on her shoulder, a twinkle of pride in his wise eyes. "You've done well, Lila," he said softly, his voice a gentle rustle in the morning breeze. And as the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, the whispering woods seemed to hum with contentment, cradling its secrets and stories in the gentle arms of time. Lila knew that the forest would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, where the smallest whisper could hold the key to the greatest of wonders. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Lila returned to her cottage, where the fire crackled invitingly and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. As she settled into her cozy chair, a soft blanket draped over her shoulders, she knew that the mysteries of Glimmerbrook would always welcome her, like an old friend. And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, with the soothing sounds of the forest as her lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the whispering woods. Story 10. In the quiet heart of a dense, ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves like whispered secrets, there lay a village named Willowbrook. Here the gentle rustling of the wind and the soft murmur of the brook were the lullabies that soothed its inhabitants to sleep. The village was cradled by the forest, its boundaries marked not by fences or walls, but by the embrace of nature itself. In this serene haven there lived a young girl named Liora. She was known for her deep, soulful eyes and a heart that beat with the rhythm of the forest. Liora had a gift, a rare and wondrous ability to communicate with the creatures of the woods. Her closest companion was a wise old fox named Bramble, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves and whose eyes gleamed with the spark of countless stories. One crisp morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Liora set out on her daily walk. The air was filled with the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves, and the forest seemed to hum with anticipation. Liora loved these early hours when the world was still wrapped in the gentle embrace of dreams. As she walked, Liora noticed something unusual, a soft golden light emanating from a patch of wildflowers beside the brook. Curiosity piqued. She approached the light, her footsteps barely disturbing the carpet of moss underfoot. Nestled among the flowers was a small, intricately carved wooden box, glowing as if kissed by the sun. Liora knelt beside the box, her fingers tracing its smooth, warm surface. Bramble, who had been following her every step, tilted his head and sniffed the air. "This is no ordinary box," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "It holds great power and mystery." With a gentle touch, Liora opened the box. Inside lay a delicate, shimmering feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It was iridescent, catching the light in a dance of colors that seemed to shift with every angle. As she held it, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of wonder and possibility. "This feather," Bramble mused, "is said to belong to the mythical phoenix of the north, a creature of legend that brings renewal and hope. It appears that you have been chosen, Liora, for a journey that will test your heart and spirit." Though the prospect of a journey filled her with trepidation, Liora knew in her heart that she could not ignore such a calling. With Bramble by her side, she set out to discover the secrets of the feather and the destiny that awaited her. Their first stop was the elder tree, an ancient oak that stood at the heart of the forest, its branches stretching skyward like arms reaching for the stars. The tree was known as the Keeper of Wisdom, its bark etched with the stories of countless generations. As Liora approached, the tree's leaves rustled in a language only she could understand. "Child of the forest," the tree whispered, "the feather you hold is a key to a hidden realm, a place where magic flows like the brook and dreams take form. But beware, for the path is fraught with challenges only a true heart can overcome." With courage as her guide and Bramble as her steadfast companion, Liora stepped through the veil of leaves that marked the entrance to the hidden world. She felt a soft, tingling sensation as she crossed the threshold, as if the air itself was alive with magic. The hidden world was a place of breathtaking beauty, where every leaf glimmered with a hint of enchantment, and the sky was a tapestry of swirling colors. Liora felt a deep connection to this place, as if it whispered directly to her soul. Their journey took them through shimmering meadows, where the grass sang underfoot and flowers bloomed in vibrant hues. They passed by crystal-clear streams that sparkled like liquid diamonds, their waters carrying the melodies of the forest. Each step brought new wonders and challenges. They encountered creatures unlike any they had known, glittering fireflies that spoke in riddles, wise old owls with eyes that glowed like lanterns, and a gentle deer whose antlers were adorned with vines and blossoms. But the path was not without its tests. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across their path, they came upon a labyrinth crafted from living vines. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine, and the walls of the labyrinth seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Liora paused, uncertainty tugging at her. "How will we find our way, Bramble?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper against the encroaching night. Bramble placed a reassuring paw on her foot. "Trust in your heart and in the bond we share. The labyrinth is a reflection of your inner self. Only by believing in your strength and the power of friendship will you find the way." Taking a deep breath, Liora entered the labyrinth, her steps guided by the light of the feather, which seemed to glow brighter in the gathering darkness. As she navigated the twists and turns, she encountered illusions that tested her resolve, mirages of fear and doubt that threatened to lead her astray. But with each step, the feather's light grew stronger, a beacon of hope and courage. Bramble's presence was a comforting warmth by her side, his gentle nudges and quiet words of encouragement reminding her that she was never alone. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the heart of the labyrinth. There, in a clearing bathed in moonlight, stood the phoenix of the north. Its plumage was a blaze of gold and crimson, its eyes pools of ancient wisdom. The air around it shimmered with an ethereal glow, casting soft shadows that danced like playful spirits. Liora approached with awe, the feather in her hand humming with energy. The phoenix regarded her with a gaze that seemed to pierce through time itself. "You have journeyed far, young one, and proven the strength of your spirit. The feather you hold is a gift, a reminder that within you lies the power to bring light to the darkest of places." As the phoenix spoke, Liora felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging and purpose. She understood now that the journey was not just a test, but a path to discovering her own inner light, a light that could guide and inspire others. With a gentle nod, the phoenix unfurled its wings, scattering embers of magic into the air. The world around them shimmered, and Liora found herself standing once more before the elder tree, the hidden world now a cherished memory. In the days that followed, Liora returned to Willowbrook, her heart filled with the lessons of her journey. She shared her stories with the villagers, her words weaving wisdom and wonder into the fabric of their lives. The feather, now a symbol of hope and renewal, was placed in a place of honor, its light a beacon to guide others on their own paths. And so in the gentle embrace of the forest, Liora and Bramble continued their adventures, their friendship a testament to the power of kindness and courage. The forest, with its whispers of magic and mystery, cradled them in its heart, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, extraordinary journeys await those who dare to listen to the call of their hearts. As the seasons turned, Liora grew in wisdom and grace, her bond with the forest and its creatures deepening with each passing day. She became a guardian of sorts, a bridge between the human world and the hidden realm where magic flowed like the gentle brook. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the world in a soft, shimmering white, Liora felt a familiar tug at her heart. It was a whisper on the wind, a call from the hidden world she had come to cherish. With Bramble by her side, she set out once more, her footsteps leaving delicate imprints in the snow. The forest was transformed into a winter wonderland, each branch and leaf coated in a layer of frost that sparkled like 1,000 tiny diamonds. The air was crisp and cold, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of new adventures. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, Liora and Bramble came upon a clearing where the snow lay untouched, a pristine canvas waiting to be explored. In the center of the clearing stood a single tree, its branches adorned with icicles that glimmered in the pale sunlight. It was here that Liora felt the presence of the hidden world most strongly, the boundary between the realms as thin as the frost on the ground. She closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her, and in that moment, she felt a connection to something greater, a web of life and light that bound the forest and its creatures together. With a deep breath, Liora stepped forward, her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. The air shimmered around her, and she felt the familiar tingle of magic as she crossed the threshold into the hidden world. The winter landscape was a vision of enchantment, the snow glistening under a sky of swirling colors. The creatures of the hidden realm greeted them with warmth and joy, their voices a harmonious chorus that echoed through the trees. As Liora and Bramble explored, they discovered a new mystery, a series of intricate patterns etched into the snow, as if drawn by an invisible hand. The patterns formed a path that led them deeper into the heart of the hidden world, where the air was filled with the sound of laughter and song. At the end of the path, they found themselves in a glade, illuminated by a gentle, golden light. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, each one inscribed with ancient symbols that glowed softly against the snow. Liora approached the stones, her curiosity piqued by their mysterious presence. As she traced the symbols with her fingers, she felt a surge of energy, a warmth that spread through her like the embrace of an old friend. Bramble sat beside her, his eyes reflecting the light of the stones. "These stones are the guardians of the hidden world," he explained. "They hold the memories of those who have walked this path before, their stories woven into the fabric of the realm." As Liora listened, she felt a deep sense of connection to the stones and the stories they held. She realized that her journey was part of a larger tapestry, a story of friendship and courage that spanned time and space. With newfound purpose, Liora and Bramble continued their exploration, their hearts open to the lessons of the hidden world. They encountered creatures and landscapes that defied imagination, each one a testament to the power of magic and the wonder of the natural world. As the days turned into weeks, Liora's bond with the hidden world grew stronger, her understanding of its mysteries deepening with each encounter. She learned to see the magic in the smallest of things, the way the frost sparkled in the morning light, the gentle curve of a leaf, the warmth of the sun on her face. And through it all, Bramble remained by her side, his wisdom and friendship a constant source of comfort and strength. Together, they faced challenges and discovered new paths, their journey a testament to the power of love and friendship. As winter gave way to spring, the hidden world began to change, the snow melting to reveal a landscape bursting with life and color. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals a riot of reds, blues, and yellows. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees. Liora felt a sense of renewal, a reminder that even the coldest winters gave way to the warmth of spring. She knew that her journey was far from over, that the hidden world held countless mysteries yet to be discovered. With Bramble by her side, she stepped forward, ready to embrace whatever adventures lay ahead. Their friendship, forged in the heart of the forest, was a beacon of light in a world filled with wonder and magic. And so, as the sun set on another day, casting its golden light across the forest, Liora and Bramble continued their journey, their hearts filled with hope and joy. The hidden world, with its whispers of magic and mystery, cradled them in its embrace, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, extraordinary journeys await those who dare to listen to the call of their hearts. Story 11. In a distant galaxy where stars whispered secrets to each other through the shimmering ether, there lay a small, verdant planet called Aranthia, known for its luminescent flora that cast a gentle, kaleidoscopic glow across the landscape. It was here, under the comforting canopy of bioluminescent leaves, that a most unexpected friendship was about to bloom. On this serene night, with the twin moons casting silver beams that danced across the surface of the tranquil lakes, a young Aranthian named Liora was tending to her garden of starflowers. The starflowers, with their soft blue petals and golden centers, were known to bloom only under the full gaze of both moons, releasing a scent reminiscent of sweet rain and fresh earth. Liora was not alone, for in the sky above, the gentle hum of a spacecraft descending could be heard. It was piloted by a traveler from a distant world, a being known as Zephyr. Zephyr hailed from the wind-swept plains of Areolis, a planet where the air itself seemed to sing, and the creatures were as light as the breezes they rode. His people, the Aerolans, were known for their grace and ethereal beauty, their translucent wings catching the light in a dazzling display. As Zephyr's craft landed softly on the plush, mossy ground, Liora watched with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. She had heard tales of Erelans, but never before had she met one. Zephyr, stepping out of his ship, was equally intrigued by the Eranthian before him, her skin aglow with the gentle radiance of her environment, her eyes reflecting the myriad colors of the starflowers. "Greetings," Zephyr began, his voice as soft as a summer zephyr, carrying a melody that seemed to echo on the gentle breeze. "I am Zephyr of Areolis. I come in peace and seek the beauty of your world." Lyra, her voice gentle and welcoming, replied, "Welcome, Zephyr. I am Lyra, caretaker of this garden. May you find what you seek here among the starflowers." Despite their initial pleasantries, the differences between the two soon revealed themselves. Zephyr, accustomed to the ever-shifting winds of Areolis, found it difficult to adjust to the stillness and solidity of Aranthia. He often fluttered impatiently, his wings creating small whirlwinds that disturbed the tranquility of Lyra's garden. "Please be gentle," Lyra would remind him softly, her words as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the night. "I'm sorry," Zephyr would reply, a touch of frustration in his voice. "I'm not used to such stillness." Their misunderstandings, however, were not due to ill intent, but rather the inevitable clash of two worlds. Through each small discord, they began to see beyond their differences. Lyra learned of the freedom and joy that came with the winds of Areolis, while Zephyr began to appreciate the quiet, nurturing embrace of Aranthia. One evening, as the moons rose and the starflowers began to glow, a storm unlike any other rolled across the sky, its dark clouds swirling with a tempestuous energy. The winds grew fierce, and the delicate starflowers trembled under its onslaught. Lyra, her heart aching for her beloved garden, looked to Zephyr. "I fear the storm may harm the flowers," she said, her voice trembling slightly. In that moment, Zephyr understood the depth of her connection to the land and the life she nurtured. Gathering his courage and harnessing the very winds he knew so well, Zephyr took to the air, his wings shimmering with determination. He soared above the garden, dancing with the storm, coaxing the winds into gentler breezes that caressed rather than harmed. Together, they shielded the starflowers, Lyra guiding Zephyr with her knowledge of the land, and Zephyr using his command of the winds. As the storm subsided, the garden remained intact, the flowers standing resilient and unharmed. In the aftermath, as the stars re-emerged and the air filled with the fresh scent of rain, Lyra and Zephyr sat together, surrounded by the soft glow of the starflowers. There was a newfound understanding between them, a bond forged through shared challenge and mutual respect. "Thank you, Zephyr," Lyra said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I could not have done it without you." "And I," Zephyr replied, his eyes reflecting the light of the flowers, "have learned the beauty of stillness and the strength found in the quiet moments of life." Through their journey, they discovered that friendship was not about erasing differences, but rather embracing them, finding harmony in diversity. The warmth of their companionship filled the night, a gentle reminder that even the most unlikely of companions could find common ground and create something beautiful together. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Lyra and Zephyr rested, their hearts at peace, knowing that the true essence of friendship lay not in similarity, but in the shared journey, the laughter and the tears, the growth and the understanding. As the night deepened, the stars above sang a lullaby of unity, and the gentle world of Aranthia cradled them in its soft, glowing embrace. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and time seemed to slow its pace, there lay a quaint village known as Willowbend. It was a place where the morning mist draped the forest like a soft, silvery shawl, and the melodic calls of songbirds greeted each new day. Here, the rustling of leaves whispered secrets of ages past, and the gentle babble of brooks promised tales yet to be told. In this serene village lived a young girl named Liora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest, she was a child of curiosity and warmth. Her days were spent wandering through the woods, her heart attuned to the symphony of nature that surrounded her. Liora had a special bond with the forest creatures, who seemed to understand her gentle spirit. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast its golden glow through the canopy, Liora ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever gone before. She was drawn by a strange, ethereal sound, a haunting melody that floated on the breeze. It was unlike anything she had heard, a song that seemed to call her name. Intrigued, Liora followed the music, her footsteps light upon the forest floor. The path led her to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft emerald moss, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and rich earth. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk a tapestry of time, with roots that delved deep into the earth. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and from its boughs hung a single, shimmering bell. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody. As Liora approached, she felt a warm breeze swirl around her, ruffling her hair and filling her heart with a sense of peace. She reached out a tentative hand, her fingers brushing the cool, metallic surface of the bell. The moment she touched it, the melody ceased, and an inexplicable calm settled over the clearing. "Welcome, Liora," a soft voice chimed, as if the very air had spoken. Startled, Liora glanced around, her eyes wide with wonder. Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I am the guardian of the bell," the voice replied, its tone gentle and wise. "This bell holds the magic of the forest, a song that connects all living things." Liora's heart quickened with excitement. "What does it do?" she asked eagerly. "The bell grants the gift of sight," the voice explained. "Not the sight of the eyes, but of the heart. It reveals the hidden world within the natural realm, a world unseen by those who do not listen." Liora's curiosity burned brighter than ever. "May I see this world?" There was a pause, and then the voice spoke again, this time with a note of caution. "The gift must be earned through kindness and courage. Will you accept this challenge, Liora?" She nodded without hesitation, her heart filled with determination. "I will." With her acceptance, the bell began to glow softly, its light enveloping Liora in a warm embrace. She felt a gentle stirring within her, as if her very soul was awakening to something new and wondrous. "Your journey begins now," the voice said. "Seek the hidden world, but remember, true sight comes from the heart." With those words echoing in her mind, Liora turned and made her way back through the forest, the bell's melody now a soft hum in her ears. She felt different, more attuned to the world around her, as if she could sense the whispers of the trees and the laughter of the brook. As she returned to Willowbend, Liora noticed small changes in her surroundings. The flowers seemed to nod in greeting, their petals vibrant with color. The birds sang with a clarity that resonated in her heart, and the wind carried tales of distant lands. Her days were filled with wonder, each moment a discovery of the hidden world the bell had promised. She found herself drawn to the forest more than ever, her heart eager to explore its mysteries. It was during one of these wanderings that she met a creature unlike any she had seen before. In a sun-dappled glade, where wildflowers swayed in a gentle dance, Liora encountered a fox. Its fur was a rich tapestry of reds and oranges, and its eyes held a wisdom far beyond its years. The fox regarded Liora with a curious gaze, and she felt an instant connection, a bond that transcended words. "Hello," Liora murmured, crouching down to meet the fox's eye level. "Are you part of the hidden world?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her question, then nodded with a grace that seemed almost human. Liora's heart leapt with joy at the confirmation. "Will you show me the way?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. The fox turned, a silent invitation for Liora to follow. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, the canopy above them a mosaic of light and shadow. Liora felt a sense of belonging, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. They walked for what felt like hours, though time seemed to lose its meaning in this enchanted place. The path wound through groves of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled with age, and past streams that sang with the laughter of water. Liora's senses were alive with the beauty around her, her heart open to the wonders of the hidden world. Eventually, they arrived at a small, secluded glen. The air here was different, thicker, more vibrant, as if infused with magic. In the center of the glen stood a circle of stones, each one adorned with intricate carvings that glowed softly in the dappled sunlight. "This is the heart of the forest," the fox explained, its voice a gentle whisper in Liora's mind. "Here, the magic of the hidden world is strongest. It is a place of reflection and understanding." Liora stepped into the circle, her heart filled with awe. As she did, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her, as if the very essence of the forest was welcoming her home. She closed her eyes, letting the magic envelop her, and in that moment, she understood. The hidden world was not a place to be seen with the eyes, but with the heart. It was a world of connection and harmony, where all living things were bound together by threads of magic and love. It was a world that existed not apart from the natural realm, but within it, waiting to be discovered by those who listened with their hearts. As this realization dawned, Liora felt a sense of peace settle over her. She opened her eyes, her vision clearer than ever. The forest was alive with color and light, each leaf and petal a testament to the magic that flowed through the world. The fox watched her with a knowing gaze, its eyes filled with a gentle pride. "You have seen the hidden world," it said, "and now you are its guardian." Leora's heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "I will honor this gift." With a final nod, the fox turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving Liora alone in the glen. She stood there for a moment, her heart full of the magic of the hidden world, before turning to make her way back to Willowbend. As she walked, Liora felt a sense of purpose, a calling to share the wonders of the hidden world with others. She knew that the magic was not hers to keep, but to share with those who would listen and see with their hearts. Back in the village, Leora's presence seemed to change the very air. Her friends noticed the light in her eyes, the warmth in her smile, and they too began to see the world in a new way. She shared her stories of the hidden world, her words painting pictures of beauty and wonder, and in doing so she opened the hearts of those around her. The bell's melody, once a solitary song, became a chorus of voices, each one adding to the harmony of the hidden world. The village of Willowbend became a place of magic and connection, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred into a tapestry of life and love. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Liora remained the guardian of the hidden world, her heart forever attuned to its song. And though the forest held many secrets, the greatest of all was the knowledge that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a journey to be shared. And so, beneath the whispering trees and the endless sky, Leora's story became a part of the forest's song, a melody of kindness, courage, and the magic that binds us all. In the village of Willowbend, where the echoes of Leora's journey lingered in the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks, life continued to unfold in gentle harmony. The villagers, inspired by Leora's tales, looked upon their world with newfound wonder. They learned to see the beauty in the everyday, to listen to the silent songs of the earth, and to cherish the connections that wove them together. Liora, now a young woman, found joy in guiding others on their own journeys of discovery. She led children through the forest, teaching them to listen with their hearts and to respect the magic that surrounded them. She shared her wisdom with those who sought it, her words resonating with the warmth of the hidden world. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Liora received a visitor at the edge of the woods. It was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of mischief. He had heard the tales of the hidden world and wanted to see it for himself. "Can you show me the way?" Finn asked, his voice laced with eagerness. Liora smiled, seeing in him the same spark that had ignited her own journey. "The hidden world is not a place I can take you," she explained gently. "It is a journey you must embark on yourself, with an open heart and a willing spirit." Finn's brow furrowed in thought, but he nodded, understanding the challenge before him. "What must I do?" he asked, determination in his voice. "You must listen to the forest," Liora said. "Let it guide you and trust in its wisdom, and above all, be kind and courageous." With those words, Finn set off into the forest, his heart beating with anticipation and a touch of nervousness. Liora watched him go, her heart filled with hope for the young boy and the journey that awaited him. As Finn wandered through the woods, he marveled at the beauty around him. The snow blanketed the earth in a soft white embrace, and the trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches adorned with delicate icicles that glimmered in the pale winter light. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. Finn listened closely, his ears attuned to the whispers of the forest. He heard the distant call of a deer, the rustle of leaves underfoot, and the gentle sigh of the wind as it wove its way through the trees. He felt a sense of peace settle over him, and he knew that he was on the right path. As the day wore on, Finn found himself in a part of the forest he had never seen before, a place where the trees stood closer together, their branches forming a natural archway. He felt a tug of curiosity and stepped forward, crossing the threshold into a world that felt both familiar and strange. The forest here was different, its colors deeper and more vibrant, as if painted by an unseen hand. The air was alive with magic, each breath a reminder of the hidden world Liora had spoken of. Finn's heart swelled with wonder, and he knew that he was no longer just a visitor, but a part of something greater. As he explored this enchanted realm, Finn encountered creatures he had never imagined, tiny, luminescent sprites that flitted through the air, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Wise old owls that watched him with knowing eyes, and playful squirrels that chattered in the trees, their bushy tails a blur of movement. Finn felt a connection to these creatures, a bond that transcended words. He realized that the hidden world was not just a place to see, but a living, breathing community, where each being played its part in the tapestry of life. It was here, in this magical place, that Finn met a being unlike any other, a creature of light and shadow, with eyes that shone like stars and a presence that filled him with awe. The creature introduced itself as Lumen, the keeper of the forest's heart. "Welcome, Finn," Lumen said, its voice a melody of light. "You have found your way to the heart of the hidden world." Finn felt a surge of pride and gratitude. "Thank you," he replied. "I have come to learn to see this world with my heart." Lumen nodded, its gaze soft and understanding. "The hidden world is a gift for those who seek it with an open heart. It is a place of wisdom and wonder, where the magic of life is revealed." Finn listened intently, his heart filled with a sense of purpose. "How can I honor this gift?" he asked. "By sharing it with others," Lumen replied. "By being a guardian of the hidden world, and by teaching others to see with their hearts." Finn nodded, understanding the responsibility that came with the gift. He knew that he had a role to play in the tapestry of life, a part that only he could fulfill. With Lumen's blessing, Finn returned to Willowbend, his heart brimming with the magic of the hidden world. He shared his journey with the villagers, his tales of wonder and wisdom inspiring others to embark on their own quests of discovery. Under his guidance, the village thrived, its people connected by the invisible threads of magic and love. Years passed, and Finn grew into a wise and compassionate young man, his heart forever attuned to the song of the hidden world. He became a guardian of the forest, a protector of its secrets, and a teacher to those who sought the magic within. Liora, proud of the journey Finn had undertaken, watched as he carried on the legacy of the hidden world. Together, they wove a community of kindness and connection, where the magic of life was celebrated and cherished. And so in the village of Willowbend, beneath the whispering trees and the endless sky, the story of the hidden world continued to unfold, a tale of friendship, courage, and the magic that binds us all. Story 13. In a quaint little village, nestled between the gentle curves of emerald hills and the whispering shores of a silvery lake, there existed a shop unlike any other. The shop, known to the villagers as Whispering Wonders, was tucked away in a quiet corner where cobblestone streets met the edge of an ancient forest. It was filled with all manner of curiosities, each with its own tale waiting to be told. The shop was run by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistlewick. His eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 untold stories, and his smile was warm as a summer sunrise. Every day, villagers and travelers alike came to browse the shelves, hoping to unearth some small treasure. But only those with a keen eye and a gentle heart ever discovered the shop's true secrets. One misty morning, a young girl named Anya wandered into the shop. She had always been curious, her mind a kaleidoscope of questions and dreams. Her auburn hair tumbled like autumn leaves around her shoulders, and her deep green eyes were alight with wonder. Anya was well loved in the village for her kindness and her willingness to help anyone in need. As she roamed the aisles, her fingers brushed against a peculiar object, a small tarnished brass teapot with intricate engravings that seemed to dance in the morning light. The moment she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the teapot itself had sighed a quiet hello. Mr. Thistlewick, who had been arranging a display of old maps in the corner, looked up with a knowing smile. "Ah, you've found the teapot of tinkering," he said, his voice like the rustle of pages in a beloved old book. "What makes it special?" Anya asked, lifting the teapot carefully to examine it more closely. "It has a way of revealing the unseen," Mr. Thistlewick explained, nodding sagely. "Pour from it, and you may see things as they truly are, not only as they appear to be." Intrigued, Anya decided to take the teapot home, her heart fluttering with the promise of adventure. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began their nightly vigil, Anya sat by her bedroom window. She poured a cup of water from the teapot, and as the liquid streamed out, a soft, shimmering mist rose around her. Through the mist, she saw her little room transform. The wooden floor glowed with vibrant patterns, as if painted by a rainbow's end. Her simple quilt, lovingly stitched by her grandmother, shimmered with threads of gold. Even her small bookshelf, filled with well-read tales, seemed to hum with the secrets of many worlds. But it was not just her surroundings that changed. Anya felt a gentle shift within herself, a sense of clarity that she had never experienced before. She realized that the teapot had unlocked something in her, a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. The next day, Anya set off on a journey, not of miles, but of the heart. She decided to use her newfound ability to help those around her see the beauty and truth in their own lives. Her first stop was the baker, Mr. Grindle, who often fretted over his recipes. With a cup of tea poured from the magical teapot, his kitchen glowed with the warmth of memories, reminding him of his first loaf of bread, baked with love and patience. Next, she visited old Mrs. Willow, who had grown sad and lonely since her husband passed. As Anya poured her a cup of tea, Mrs. Willow saw visions of her younger self dancing in the meadows with her beloved, the memory as vivid as if it were yesterday. The lines of worry on her face softened, replaced by a gentle smile. As Anya continued her journey through the village, she found that the teapot not only revealed beauty, but also the hidden strengths and joys within each person it touched. She met a shy boy named Peter, who discovered a talent for storytelling that delighted the village, and a weary farmer who remembered the joy of planting seeds and watching them grow, finding peace in the rhythm of the seasons. Yet the greatest challenge lay ahead. One day, a heavy fog descended upon the village, so thick that it seemed to swallow sound and light alike. The villagers were afraid, unable to see beyond their own doorsteps. Anya knew she must find a way to guide them through. Gathering everyone in the village square, she poured a single cup of tea from the teapot. The mist swirled around her, revealing a path through the fog. It showed each villager a place of safety and comfort, a reminder that they were never truly alone. As they followed the path, hand in hand, the fog began to lift, revealing the beauty of their village once more. The challenge had been met, not with force, but with the wisdom of seeing clearly and the strength of community. When the day was done, Anya returned the teapot to Mr. Thistlewick's shop, knowing that its magic would be there for the next seeker of truths. Her heart was full, her spirit light, and she understood that the real magic lay in the connections she had forged and the beauty she had helped others to see. As the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Anya lay in her bed, listening to the comforting sounds of the world outside. She knew that while the teapot had been a catalyst, the true change had come from within her own heart. And as she drifted into dreams, she carried with her the warmth of a world seen not just with the eyes, but with the soul. Story 14. Once upon a time, in a galaxy where stardust painted the skies with shimmering hues, two unlikely companions began a journey that would change their worlds. The first was a small, curious creature named Zephyra, a native of the verdant planet Flore, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the light was always dappled through the dense canopy of towering trees. Zephyra was a foliant, a species known for their deep connection to nature and their gentle, nurturing spirits. She had skin that shimmered with a subtle green glow, and her eyes reflected the tranquil blues of a forest stream. The other was a towering figure named Rax, hailing from the rugged planet of Xeron. Rax was a Stonelander, a race renowned for their resilience and strength. His skin was a deep, earthy brown, etched with the patterns of his ancestors, and his eyes held the fiery orange of a sunset over a rocky horizon. Etheron was a harsh world of jagged peaks and vast deserts, where the wind whispered secrets of ancient times. Their paths crossed aboard the Celestial Voyager, a spaceship of exploration and discovery, as it sailed through the cosmos on a mission to collect knowledge from across the galaxy. Zephyra and Rax were part of a diverse crew, each member contributing their unique skills and perspectives. At first, Zephyra and Rax could hardly understand one another. To Zephyra, Rax seemed gruff and unyielding, like the mountains of his homeland, while Rax found Zephyra's gentle ways and her constant chatter with plants and small animals bewildering. Their misunderstandings were many. Zephyra couldn't fathom why Rax was so silent, and Rax couldn't grasp why Zephyra would spend hours tending to the ship's small botanical garden. One day, as the Celestial Voyager glided through a region of space thick with swirling nebulae, a sudden meteor storm forced the crew to take refuge on an uncharted moon. The moon was a desolate place, its surface coated in a fine silvery dust that shimmered under a sky of perpetual twilight. As the crew set up a temporary camp, Zephyra and Rax were assigned to scout the area for resources. It was during this exploration that their true journey began. Walking side by side, Zephyra marveled at the moon's strange beauty, while Rax scanned the horizon with a warrior's vigilance. "Look at how the dust sparkles," Zephyra exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. "It's like the stars have come down to dance upon the ground." Rax grunted, his attention focused on the landscape. "We should keep moving," he said, his voice low and steady. They continued in silence until a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath them. Without thinking, Rax grabbed Zephyra, shielding her with his body as the dust rose in a glittering cloud around them. When the tremor subsided, they found themselves lying on the ground, covered in stardust. "Thank you," Zephyra whispered, brushing the dust from Rax's shoulder. "You protected me." Rax gave a small nod, his expression softening. "It's what we do on Aetheron," he replied. "We look out for each other." From that moment, a new understanding began to grow between them. As they continued their exploration, they shared stories of their worlds. Zephyra spoke of Flore's endless forests and the symphony of life within them, while Rax described the harsh beauty of Aetheron's cliffs and the strength found in its stones. Their bond deepened over the days spent on the moon. They faced challenges together, navigating treacherous terrain, finding food in the barren landscape, and enduring long nights under a cold, alien sky. Each challenge taught them more about each other and themselves. One evening, as they sat by a small fire, Zephyra noticed Rax's gaze fixed on the distant stars. "Do you miss your home?" she asked gently. Rax nodded. "Sometimes, but being here with you and the crew feels like a different kind of home." Zephyra smiled, her heart warm with the friendship they had forged. "I've learned so much from you, Rax. Your strength, your courage, it inspires me." "And you," Rax replied, his voice filled with quiet admiration. "You remind me that strength isn't just about being strong. It's about caring, about seeing beauty where others might not." As the days turned into weeks, their friendship became a source of strength for the entire crew. They worked together to repair the ship, each contributing their unique skills. Zephyra's knowledge of plant life helped them find food, while Rax's understanding of geology guided them to discover a hidden source of water. Finally, the day came when the Celestial Voyager was ready to lift off. As they prepared to leave the moon, Zephyra and Rax stood side by side on the ship's deck, watching the silvery landscape fade into the vastness of space. "We make a good team," Zephyra said, her voice filled with a quiet joy. Rax nodded, a rare smile lighting up his face. "Yes, we do. Friendship is a powerful thing." As the ship sailed onward, Zephyra and Rax knew they had discovered something precious, an unbreakable bond forged in the stardust of a distant moon. Their journey through the galaxy would continue, filled with new adventures and discoveries, but they would face each challenge together, united by the friendship that had grown between them. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Zephyra and Rax learned that true friendship knows no bounds, transcending worlds and differences to create a connection as vast and enduring as the universe itself. Story 15. Once upon a dreamy night, in the heart of an ancient woodland, a tapestry of wonders unfolded. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with the secrets of ages past. The forest floor was a plush carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, releasing an earthy scent with every gentle footfall. Amidst this verdant realm thrived a world unseen by human eyes, where the hidden lives of nature's creatures danced in perfect harmony. Beneath a canopy of stars, the first dewdrops of morning glistened like diamonds upon delicate fern fronds. A solitary fox padded silently through the undergrowth, her russet fur blending seamlessly with the dappled shadows. Her whiskers twitched, catching the scent of a nearby burrow where a family of rabbits slumbered, their noses twitching with dreams of succulent clover. In a hollow oak, a parliament of owls kept watch over the forest, their haunting calls echoing through the night. Tiny field mice scurried across fallen logs, gathering seeds and nuts to fortify their winter stores. High above, a family of squirrels leapt from branch to branch, their fluffy tails trailing like banners in the gentle breeze. As the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, the forest stirred to life with a symphony of birdsong. Robins and warblers flitted among the budding branches, their melodies heralding the arrival of spring. In a nearby meadow, a matronly doe led her fawns to a crystalline stream, where they drank deeply of the cool, refreshing waters. This ancient woodland was a realm where the cycle of life flowed in perfect equilibrium, each creature playing its part in the intricate tapestry of nature. The wise old oak trees, sentinels of the forest, whispered ancient lore to those who would listen. Their roots stretched deep, intertwining with those of their kin, sharing vital nutrients and fostering an unbreakable bond. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed in a kaleidoscope of colors. In autumn, the leaves erupted in a blaze of crimson and gold, their vibrant hues mirrored in the reflection of the still forest pools. Winter brought a hushed tranquility, as powdery snow blanketed the slumbering woodland in a crystalline embrace. The deer left delicate tracks in their wake, while the squirrels huddled snugly in their dry nests, sustained by their meticulously gathered stores. Spring heralded the return of life, as tender green shoots pushed through the melting snow. The forest floor became a vibrant tapestry of wildflowers, their fragrant petals unfurling to welcome the busy pollinators. Summer was a verdant paradise, where dappled sunlight danced upon the meandering streams, and the air was thick with the heady scent of blooms. Yet, this was no ordinary forest, for it was home to ancient magic that ebbed and flowed with the changing seasons. When the first snowdrops bloomed, heralding the departure of winter, the forest sprites would emerge from their hidden glades. With a wave of their delicate hands, they would coax the slumbering buds to unfurl, breathing life into the awakening woodland. As summer reached its zenith, the forest nymphs would gather at the base of the ancient oak, weaving garlands of vibrant wildflowers to adorn their flowing tresses. Their melodious laughter mingled with the gentle burbling of the streams, and their gossamer wings shimmered like rainbows in the dappled light. When autumn's chill crept into the air, the forest embraced a different kind of magic. The wise old oak would shed a bounty of acorns, and the woodland creatures would gather to feast upon nature's generous offering. It was said that if one were to crack open an acorn under the harvest moon, they might glimpse the future within the swirling patterns of its shell. As winter's icy grip tightened, the frost sprites would emerge, their crystalline forms leaving delicate filigree patterns upon every surface they touched. With a wave of their slender arms, they could conjure shimmering ice sculptures that glistened like diamonds in the pale moonlight. Through every season, the forest remained a sanctuary of harmony and balance, where the hidden lives of its creatures unfolded in a delicate dance. The wise elders, be they ancient oaks or noble stags, passed down their knowledge to the next generation, ensuring that the sacred cycles continued unbroken. For those few souls gifted with the ability to perceive the forest's magic, a world of wonder awaited. They might catch a glimpse of a playful dryad frolicking among the wildflowers, or hear the lilting whispers of the tree spirits as they tended to their arboreal charges. To walk these ancient trails was to step into a realm where the veil between the seen and unseen grew thin, and the boundaries between dream and reality blurred. Yet, the greatest magic of all was the harmonious coexistence of all living things within this verdant sanctuary. From the mightiest oak to the humblest mushroom, each played an integral role in the intricate tapestry of life. The forest was a testament to the beauty of balance, where every creature, every plant, and every drop of dew held sacred value. As the seasons turned and the cycles renewed, the ancient woodland remained a bastion of peace and wonder, its timeless magic preserved through the reverence of those who called it home. For in this realm, the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a choreography of exquisite beauty, reminding all who bore witness that true harmony lies in the delicate balance of all things. Story 16. In the heart of a quaint little village, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cobblestone street lined with cozy cottages, each with a garden that seemed to bloom with a secret all its own. On this street lived a young girl named Clara, known for her curious nature and gentle heart. One crisp afternoon, as the golden glow of autumn leaves danced in the breeze, Clara wandered into an old bookshop that stood at the end of the lane, its windows dusted with the stories of time. The shop was filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and leather bindings. Shelves stretched high with books of every kind, casting shadows that flickered like the flames of a candle. As Clara meandered through the aisles, her fingers trailing along the spines, she stumbled upon an unassuming book bound in faded blue cloth. Its cover bore a single, shimmering star that seemed to twinkle in the dim light. Intrigued, Clara opened the book to find not pages of text, but rather a hollow space within which lay a delicate silver key. The key was cool to the touch and hummed softly, as if whispering secrets of its own. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, an invitation to uncover what lay hidden behind this mysterious key. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Clara set off on a journey that led her beyond the familiar paths of her village. Her first stop was the edge of the forest, where the leaves rustled like 1,000 tiny voices. Here, she met Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as dusk. Oliver perched on a low branch, his eyes twinkling like stars as he spoke. "The key you hold opens more than doors, dear Clara. It unveils the wonders hidden in plain sight." Encouraged by Oliver's words, Clara ventured deeper into the forest, where she encountered Ivy, a gentle fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves. Ivy bounded gracefully beside Clara, sharing tales of the forest's magic and guiding her to a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its roots woven into the earth like a tapestry of time. It was here that Clara's challenge awaited. She found a small, weathered door nestled within the oak's trunk, its lock gleaming invitingly. To open it, however, required more than just the key. It required understanding. Clara paused, remembering Oliver's advice and Ivy's stories. She realized that the key was meant to unlock the heart as much as the door. With a deep breath, Clara closed her eyes and thought of the connections she had made, of Oliver's wisdom, Ivy's friendship, and the beauty of the world around her. As these thoughts filled her mind, the key warmed in her hand, and the door creaked open to reveal a breathtaking sight, a garden unlike any she had ever seen, where flowers glowed softly in the moonlight, and the air was rich with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. In this magical garden, Clara discovered that the greatest treasures are not always grand or golden, but found in the kindness shared and the wisdom gained along one's journey. With a heart full of gratitude, she returned to her village, carrying the magic of the forest within her. That night, as Clara lay in bed, she felt a warmth that wrapped around her like a soft blanket. She knew that the key had unlocked more than a door. It had opened her eyes to the wonders of friendship and the quiet strength of understanding. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the stars outside her window winked gently, as if sharing in her newfound joy. Story 17. In the gentle embrace of a moonlit night, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, there lay a small village nestled within a lush valley. This village, cradled by towering emerald mountains and veiled in the soft whispers of the wind, was known as Eldergrove. Its cobblestone paths wound through quaint cottages adorned with blooming ivy, and the air was rich with the scent of honeysuckle and pine. Among the villagers lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as warm as the sun-soaked meadows surrounding Eldergrove. Lila had a curious spirit and a love for stories, often spending her days listening to the elders recount tales of magic and mystery. She had a particular fondness for stories about the enchanted forest that bordered the village, a forest said to hold secrets untold and wonders unseen. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Lila sat by the fireplace in her grandmother's cozy cottage. The crackling fire cast flickering shadows against the walls, and the room was filled with the comforting aroma of cinnamon and cloves from the simmering kettle on the hearth. "Lila, dear," her grandmother began, her voice a soothing melody amidst the snapping flames, "have I ever told you about the Whispering Woods?" Lila's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "No, Grandma, please tell me." Her grandmother's eyes twinkled like the stars outside as she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "The Whispering Woods is a hidden realm within our very own forest. It is a place where the trees hold memories and the wind carries secrets, but only those with a pure heart and an open mind can find their way there." Lila listened intently, her imagination painting vivid pictures of magical groves and talking animals. "Do you think I could ever find it, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled softly, her gaze tender. "Perhaps, my dear, but remember, the journey is not just about finding the place, but also about discovering something within yourself." The following morning, with the first light of dawn casting a gentle glow over Eldergrove, Lila set out towards the forest. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the fresh scent of earth and dew. She wore a woolen cloak to ward off the morning chill, and carried a small satchel filled with provisions and her grandmother's hand-woven map. As she entered the forest, the world around her seemed to shift. The towering trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering in a language only the wind understood. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, illuminating patches of moss-covered ground where mushrooms clustered like tiny umbrellas. Lila wandered deeper into the forest, her senses alive with the symphony of nature. She paused to listen to the bubbling brook that wound its way through the underbrush, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal. Birds sang in harmonious chirps, and squirrels chattered playfully as they darted among the branches. As she ventured further, the forest seemed to welcome her, wrapping her in its gentle embrace. Hours passed, and just when Lila began to wonder if her journey would lead her to the Whispering Woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering path of silvery light winding through the trees. Intrigued, Lila followed the path, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The silvery trail led her to a small clearing where a majestic oak tree stood, its branches stretching towards the sky as if in supplication. At the base of the tree lay a curious object, a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate runes that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Drawn to the box, Lila knelt beside it, her fingers brushing over the engravings. As she did, a warm sensation spread through her, and she felt a connection to the forest that was both profound and inexplicable. The box seemed to hum with a gentle energy, inviting her to open it. Taking a deep breath, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a shimmering orb nestled within. The orb glowed with a soft luminescence, casting a gentle radiance that filled the clearing. As Lila gazed into its depths, she saw images swirling within, a tapestry of memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all interwoven like the threads of a grand tapestry. In that moment, Lila understood the true nature of the Whispering Woods. It was not just a place of magic, but a reflection of the heart and soul of those who entered it. The orb was a conduit, allowing her to see and understand the interconnectedness of all things, the dance of life and nature, the stories and dreams shared by all creatures. Overwhelmed by the beauty and wisdom she beheld, Lila felt a sense of peace and belonging she had never known. She realized that the journey had changed her, not just by revealing the hidden world within the forest, but by awakening a deeper understanding within herself. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila carefully closed the box and placed it back at the base of the oak tree. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its gentle wisdom. As she made her way back to Eldergrove, the forest seemed to sing with a joyous melody, echoing her own heart. The journey had taught her the value of listening to the whispers of the world and the importance of nurturing the connections that bind all living things. When Lila returned to her grandmother's cottage, the sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the village. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with love and pride. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked, her voice a gentle caress. Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, Grandma, I found the Whispering Woods, and I found a part of myself I didn't know was missing." Her grandmother embraced her, holding her close in the fading light. "Remember, Lila, the journey never truly ends. Each day is a new path, and every step brings us closer to who we are meant to be." As night settled over Eldergrove, Lila sat by the fireplace, the comforting warmth of her grandmother's love surrounding her like a soft blanket. The crackling fire sang a lullaby, and the stars outside twinkled in approval, as if to say that all was right in the world. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, Lila knew that the stories of the Whispering Woods would live on in her heart, a source of wonder and wisdom for all the days to come. Story 18. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between Whispering Woods and a babbling brook, there stood a small, unassuming bookshop. Its wooden sign, swinging gently in the breeze, read, "The Wandering Page." Inside, the scent of aged paper and ink mingled with the faint aroma of lavender from sachets tucked between the shelves. The bookshop's proprietor was an elderly woman named Agnes, whose eyes twinkled with secrets untold. Agnes had a knack for matching each visitor with the perfect book, and today her shop was quiet, save for the soft ticking of an ancient clock. One rainy afternoon, a young girl named Mina wandered into the shop. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and her rain-soaked curls clung to her forehead. Mina adored stories, and the bookshop was her haven from the world's bustle. As she browsed, her fingers brushed against a peculiar, leather-bound tome with a silver lock on its cover. She felt a curious warmth emanate from it, and without knowing why, she felt compelled to take it to Agnes. Agnes, with a smile that seemed to know all, handed Mina a silver key that she had kept in her apron pocket. "This book," said Agnes, "chooses its reader. It holds a secret, but only those with the purest heart can unlock it." With trembling hands, Mina turned the key in the lock. The book sprang open, revealing pages that glowed softly in the dim light. As she read, the words lifted off the page and danced in the air, forming shapes and images that told the story of a hidden realm known as the Veil of Whispers. Within the veil, ordinary objects held extraordinary powers, and Mina learned of a magical quill that could bring written words to life. The quill was said to be located in the heart of the veil, guarded by the ancient guardians of the forest. Mesmerized, Mina knew she had to find this magical quill. The next morning, with Agnes's blessing and a satchel filled with provisions, Mina set off into the woods, guided by the book's whispered directions. The woods were alive with the sound of rustling leaves and chattering birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her steps. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of pine and earth. As Mina journeyed deeper, she encountered a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with intelligence. "I see you seek the veil," Oliver hooted softly. "I shall guide you, for the forest is vast and its paths many." Grateful, Mina followed Oliver's flight through the trees, his wings silent as shadows. Along the way they met a mischievous squirrel named Thistle, whose tail twitched with curiosity. Thistle, ever eager for adventure, joined their quest, darting ahead to scout the path. Together they traversed bubbling brooks and climbed over moss-covered boulders, their laughter mingling with the forest's whispers. As dusk fell, they reached the edge of a shimmering glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. In the center of the glade stood a grand, ancient oak, its roots entwined with the earth like the fingers of time itself. Nestled within the hollow of its trunk was a small, ornate chest. Mina knew at once that this was where the quill lay, but before she could reach it, a gentle voice echoed through the glade. From behind the oak stepped a deer with antlers adorned with delicate vines. Her eyes were pools of kindness, and her voice was like a melody. "To claim the quill, young one, you must answer this. What is the greatest power in all the realms?" Mina thought of her journey, of the friends she had made and the wonders she had seen. She realized that the answer was as simple as it was profound. The greatest power, she said softly, is the power of words and the bonds they create. The deer nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. You are wise beyond your years, child. The quill is yours. With the quill in hand, Mina felt a surge of excitement and responsibility. She knew its magic could weave stories that would inspire and unite, bringing joy and understanding to those who would hear them. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, Mina felt the forest's magic linger in her heart. The journey had changed her, teaching her the value of friendship and the strength found in wisdom and kindness. Upon her return, Agnes greeted her with a knowing smile and a warm cup of chamomile tea. Mina shared her tale, and the bookshop seemed to glow with the warmth of stories yet to be told. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful eye of Agnes and her enchanted books, Mina began her own tales, using the magical quill to share the wonders of the Vale of Whispers with all who cared to listen. And each night, as the village settled into slumber, the gentle rustle of turning pages and the soft murmur of stories filled the air, weaving dreams as comforting as a mother's embrace. Story 19. Title: The Whispers of Willow Glen. In the heart of a lush, verdant valley nestled between two majestic mountains, there lay a village called Willow Glen. The village was bathed in a gentle, golden light that filtered through the canopy of ancient willow trees, giving the entire glen a mystical, ethereal glow. It was said that the trees could speak, their branches murmuring secrets of old to those who truly listened. Among the villagers was a young girl named Anya, whose spirit was as vibrant as the emerald leaves of the trees around her. With her inquisitive eyes and an ever-ready smile, she was well loved by all who knew her. Anya had a special bond with the willow trees, often spending her afternoons nestled in their shade, her head resting softly against their bark as she listened to the faint whispers carried on the breeze. One particular afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Anya sat under her favorite willow. The air was thick with the warm, sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustling of leaves played a soothing symphony. Anya closed her eyes, letting the sounds envelop her. Suddenly, a voice, clearer than any she had heard before, broke through the whispers. Seek the heart of the glen, where time and magic blend. Startled, Anya opened her eyes wide. She looked around, but saw no one. The voice seemed to come from the tree itself. Her heart raced with a mixture of fear and excitement. Could it be true that the willows had spoken to her? Curiosity and wonder stirred within her. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Anya told her grandmother Maeve about the mysterious voice. Maeve, with her wise eyes and gentle demeanor, smiled knowingly. The willows have chosen you, dear. It is a rare gift to hear them so clearly. Their message is a call for you to embark on a journey. Anya listened intently as Maeve explained the ancient lore of Willow Glen. It was said that deep within the forest where the oldest trees grew lay a hidden realm. The heart of the glen, Maeve said softly, is a place where the boundaries between our world and the magical converge. Few have ventured there, but those who do often find more than they seek. The next morning, with the dawn's first light, Anya set out on her journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a worn, leather-bound journal gifted by her grandmother. As she walked through the village, the familiar faces of friends and neighbors wished her well, their voices filled with warmth and encouragement. The path into the forest was overgrown, the sunlight dappling the ground in intricate patterns. Anya felt a sense of anticipation tingling through her. Each step took her deeper into the woods, where the sounds of the village faded and the whispers of the trees grew stronger. As she journeyed, Anya encountered a variety of woodland creatures. Squirrels chattered from the branches above, curious deer paused to watch her, and a pair of foxes playfully darted across her path. She felt a profound connection with the forest, as if it were guiding her gently onward. After hours of walking, Anya arrived at a clearing bathed in an otherworldly light. In the center stood an ancient willow, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Anya's heart skipped a beat. She felt she had found the heart of the glen. Approaching the tree, she noticed a small, intricately carved door at its base. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, she reached out and touched it. The door swung open soundlessly, revealing a staircase spiraling downward into the earth. Summoning her courage, Anya descended the steps, which glowed faintly, illuminating the way. The air was cool and carried a faint scent of lavender and pine. At the bottom, she entered a vast chamber, its walls lined with luminescent moss that cast a soft, tranquil glow. In the center of the chamber stood a pool of crystal-clear water, shimmering with iridescent colors. Anya approached, captivated by its beauty. As she knelt beside it, an image began to form on the water's surface. Her own reflection, but not as she was now. In the reflection, she appeared older, her eyes wiser, her smile serene. The vision spoke without words, conveying a message of growth and transformation. Anya understood that the journey was not just about discovering a hidden world, but about discovering herself. She realized that the magic of the glen was a mirror to her inner self, reflecting the changes she was yet to embrace. Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Anya knew it was time to return. She ascended the staircase, each step bringing her closer to the surface and to the world she knew. As she emerged from the tree, she felt a gentle breeze on her face, as if the forest itself was welcoming her back. The journey home was filled with a newfound clarity. Anya's heart was light, her mind open to the lessons she had learned. She realized that the true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself. The people she met, the challenges she overcame, and the wisdom she gained. When Anya returned to Willow Glen, the village greeted her with open arms. She shared her experiences, the lessons of kindness, courage, and self-discovery that she had learned. Her stories inspired others to listen to the whispers of the willows, to embark on their own journeys of growth and transformation. And so, the tale of Anya and the heart of the glen became a cherished legend in Willow Glen, passed down through generations. The willows continued to whisper, their voices a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within each of us, waiting to be discovered. As Anya lay down to sleep each night, she felt a deep contentment, knowing that she was a part of something greater, a world where magic and reality intertwined, where journeys led to self-discovery, and where the whispers of the willows would forever guide those who dared to listen. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the willow trees, Willow Glen continued to thrive, a place where dreams took root and blossomed into the most wondrous stories, whispered softly in the night. Story 20. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound around cozy cottages and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was known for her warm smile and her love of stories, which she often shared with the children gathered around her hearth. But Marin herself had a secret, one that even she did not yet fully understand. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves painting the village in shades of amber and gold, Marin decided to clean the attic of her cottage. As she dusted and sorted, she discovered a small, intricately carved box buried beneath a pile of forgotten quilts. The box was made of a wood so smooth and polished that it seemed to shimmer in the morning light. Curiously, Marin opened it, revealing a delicate silver whistle nestled within. As her fingers brushed against the whistle, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and an unexpected melody played in her mind, a tune she had never heard before, but one that felt strangely familiar. Puzzled yet intrigued, Marin placed the whistle to her lips and blew softly. The sound that emerged was not just a note, but a cascade of colors and images that danced before her eyes, depicting scenes of distant lands she had only dreamed of. The whistle, it seemed, was no ordinary object. It was a key to a world of enchantment, and with it came a map that only Marin could see, a map leading to places beyond her imagination. Driven by a spark of adventure and a longing for something more than the daily rhythm of village life, Marin decided to follow the map's call. As she prepared for her journey, word of her discovery spread through Willowbrook, and soon, two of her dearest friends insisted on joining her. Rowan, a kind-hearted baker known for his laughter and endless supply of honey cakes, and Lila, a wise herbalist with eyes that seemed to see straight into one's soul. Together they formed a trio, bound by friendship and a shared sense of wonder. Their journey took them through the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum with ancient secrets, and across the silver stream, whose waters sparkled as if kissed by moonlight. Along the way, they encountered creatures both fantastic and friendly, a mischievous fox who led them to hidden paths, a wise old owl who shared tales of the skies, and a playful otter who gifted them with a necklace of river stones said to bring protection. As they traveled, Marin learned that the whistle was not just a tool for discovery, but a bridge between worlds, requiring not only her courage, but her compassion and understanding. Each note she played revealed a new facet of the world, teaching her that magic was not just in objects, but in the connections between all living things. Their greatest challenge came when they reached the Vale of Echoes, a place where shadows whispered and the air was thick with forgotten dreams. Here, the whistle's power was muted, and they were tested not by force, but by the need to remember who they were and why they had come. It was Lila who suggested they sit and listen to the echoes, to let the voices of the past guide them forward. In the stillness, Marin realized that the journey was not about finding something outside herself, but about discovering the strength and love within. As she played the whistle one last time, the music that flowed was filled with the essence of her own heart, and the shadows parted, revealing a path back to Willowbrook, now forever touched by magic. As they returned home, Marin understood that life in Willowbrook would never be ordinary again, for she had learned to see the extraordinary in the everyday. The whistle remained a cherished token, a reminder that adventure and wonder lay not in far-off lands, but in the friendships and stories that surrounded her. And so, under the gentle glow of the setting sun, Marin, Rowan, and Lila shared their tales by the fireside, weaving a tapestry of warmth and enchantment that would forever light the hearts of those in Willowbrook. And as the village settled into the peace of night, a gentle melody drifted on the breeze, a reminder that magic was always just a breath away. Story 21. In a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her days were filled with chores and the simple pleasures of woodland life, Willow harbored a secret yearning for adventure that burned brighter than the hearth's crackling flames. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow gathered kindling in the fading twilight, a peculiar sight caught her eye. Amidst the fallen leaves lay a glimmering object, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence. Willow's heart raced as she knelt beside the strange trinket, gingerly brushing away the foliage to reveal an ornate silver locket. As her fingers traced the intricate etchings adorning the locket's surface, a tingling sensation rippled through her body. In a blinding flash, the world around her dissolved, and Willow found herself hurtling through a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. When the dizzying whirl finally subsided, Willow gasped in awe. She stood in a breathtaking meadow, its lush grasses swaying in the gentle breeze. Towering trees formed a verdant canopy overhead, their branches heavy with vibrant blossoms that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. "Where am I?" Willow whispered, her voice trembling with equal parts wonder and trepidation. A melodious giggle pierced the tranquil silence, and Willow whirled around to find a diminutive figure perched atop a nearby toadstool. The creature, with delicate gossamer wings and radiant azure eyes, regarded Willow with an impish grin. "Welcome to the Wildwood, child," the tiny being chirped. "I am Zephyr, a woodland sprite and guardian of this enchanted realm." Willow blinked rapidly, scarcely believing her eyes. "This is all so incredible, but how did I come to be here?" Zephyr's grin widened as she gestured towards the locket clutched in Willow's hand. "That ancient talisman is a relic of great power, a gateway to the hidden worlds that lie just beyond the veil of mortal perception. By opening its clasp, you have unlocked its magic and found your way to the Wildwood." A surge of excitement coursed through Willow's veins, mingling with a twinge of apprehension. "But how do I return home? Surely this is but a fleeting dream, a whimsical fancy that must soon fade." Zephyr's tinkling laughter echoed through the verdant glade. "Oh, this is no mere dream, my dear Willow. The Wildwood is as real as the earth beneath your feet. However, your journey here was no accident. The locket has chosen you for a sacred quest." Willow's brow furrowed in confusion. "A quest? But I'm just a simple village girl. What great purpose could I possibly serve? Zephyr's expression grew solemn as she flitted closer, her wings leaving a shimmering trail in their wake. Long ago, the wildwood thrived under the protection of the great tree, a towering oak whose roots reached deep into the earth's core, drawing upon the primal forces of nature itself. But a dark evil has taken root, poisoning the great tree and slowly sapping its vitality. The sprite's eyes shone with sadness. If the great tree perishes, the wildwood and all its wonders shall wither and fade, lost to the mortal realm forever. You, Willow, have been chosen to undertake a perilous journey, to seek out the three elemental guardians and beg their aid in restoring the great tree's fading light. Willow's heart pounded as the weight of Zephyr's words settled upon her shoulders. But how can I, a mere girl, hope to succeed where others have failed? Zephyr regarded her with a warm, reassuring smile. You possess a rare gift, Willow, a pure heart, untainted by greed or malice. The wildwood has chosen you because it senses the strength of your spirit and the courage that burns within you, however deeply it may be buried. With a wave of her delicate hand, a glittering trail appeared, winding through the verdant meadow and disappearing into the distant forest. Follow this path, and it shall lead you to the first guardian. Heed their wisdom, and they shall guide you on your quest. Stealing her resolve, Willow nodded and clutched the locket tightly. I will do as you ask, Zephyr. The wildwood has awakened a fire within me, and I shall not rest until this quest is complete. And so, with trembling steps, Willow embarked upon the shimmering trail, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. The path wound through groves of towering ferns and crystalline streams, each twist and turn revealing fresh wonders that left Willow breathless with awe. At last, the trail emerged into a sun-dappled clearing, where a majestic figure stood in silent vigil. Towering above Willow, its body comprised of gnarled bark and twisting vines, the ancient being regarded her with eyes that glowed like twin suns. Greetings, young Willow, rumbled a voice that seemed to resonate from the very earth itself. I am Sylvanus, guardian of the forest realm and protector of all woodland creatures. Willow sank into a deep curtsy, her heart hammering against her ribs. Great Sylvanus, I come seeking your aid, as the wildwood itself has charged me with a sacred quest. Sylvanus inclined his towering form, his expression grave. I know of the darkness that afflicts the great tree, child. Its poisonous tendrils have seeped into the very soil, withering the flora and driving the fauna into hiding. The forest guardian's eyes narrowed, twin flames burning with righteous fury. This blight is the work of Xeron, a vile sorcerer consumed by greed and a lust for power. He seeks to corrupt the great tree's energy and bend its might to his own nefarious designs. Willow's hands trembled at the dire tale, but she remained resolute. What must I do to thwart Xeron's schemes and heal the great tree, O wise one? Sylvanus extended a gnarled limb, and a shimmering acorn materialized in his outstretched palm. Take this sacred seed, Willow, and guard it well. Within its shell lies the essence of the forest itself, a potent force that can counter Xeron's dark magic. As Willow cradled the acorn in her hands, she felt its power pulsing against her skin, a verdant warmth that seemed to seep into her very soul. Your path shall take you now to the Emberfall, a fiery chasm where Igneous, the elemental guardian of flame, holds dominion, Sylvanus intoned. Seek her counsel, and may the forest's blessings guide your steps. With a grateful nod, Willow turned and retraced her steps, the acorn clutched tightly to her chest. Her journey had only just begun, but already she could feel the stirrings of a profound transformation taking root within her heart. The path twisted and turned, leading Willow ever deeper into the wildwood's vibrant depths. At length, she crested a ridge and gasped at the sight that greeted her. A vast, smoldering chasm yawned before her, its depths glowing with the pulsing rhythms of molten rock. Plumes of ash and smoke billowed skyward, and the very air shimmered with waves of scorching heat. Willow's brow beaded with sweat as she tentatively approached the precipice, peering into the fiery depths. Hail, Igneous, guardian of the Emberfall, she called, her voice nearly drowned by the rumbling roar of churning magma. I am Willow, sent by Sylvanus to seek your aid in healing the great tree. A sudden tremor rippled through the earth, and a towering figure erupted from the roiling lava. Formed of smoldering granite and veins of glowing magma, Igneous loomed over Willow, her eyes blazing like twin suns. "You brave the Emberfall's scorching domain, child," boomed the elemental guardian, her voice resonating like the crash of tectonic plates. "What power could one so small possess to warrant my aid in this grave endeavor?" Willow swallowed hard, mustering her courage as she clutched the acorn to her breast. "Great Igneous, I carry within me the sacred essence of the forest, bestowed upon me by Sylvanus himself. But without your fiery might to temper its power, I fear my quest shall fail before it has truly begun." Igneous regarded the young girl with an inscrutable gaze, her molten form undulating and churning. At length she extended a blazing arm, and a ruby-hued crystal materialized in her outstretched palm. "This is the Ember Shard, a fragment of my own elemental essence," the guardian intoned. "Take it, Willow, and may its eternal flames fortify your spirit in the trials yet to come." As Willow reached out and grasped the shard, its searing heat seeped into her flesh, yet did not burn. Instead, a profound warmth bloomed within her chest, lending her newfound strength and resolve. "You must now seek the final guardian, the Lord of the Deep Winds, whose domain lies far above the clouds," Igneous rumbled. "Only with his power united to those of the forest and flame can you hope to purge the darkness that afflicts the great tree." Willow nodded, clutching the ember shard and acorn tightly. "I shall not fail, great Igneous. The wildwood's fate rests upon my shoulders, and I shall bear that burden with honor and courage." With those words, Willow turned and retraced her steps, her path now illuminated by the ember shard's ruby glow. The journey grew ever more arduous, but the fire that burned within her heart would not be quenched. At last, after traversing mist-shrouded peaks and treacherous mountain passes, Willow found herself perched atop a towering precipice. Here the air was thin and bitterly cold, whipped by howling winds that tore at her cloak. Clutching her treasures close, Willow raised her voice in a piercing cry. "Lord of the Deep Winds, I am Willow, bearer of the forest's essence and Igneous's fiery might. I beseech you, appear before me and lend your power to my sacred quest." For a breathless moment, only the shrieking gales answered her call. Then a deafening roar split the heavens, and a colossal figure descended from the roiling clouds. Formed of swirling vortices and crackling lightning, the Lord of the Deep Winds was an elemental force of staggering power. His eyes shone like twin beacons, piercing the gloom as he appraised Willow with a scrutinizing gaze. "You dare summon me to this forsaken peak, mortal child?" thundered the Wind Lord, his voice shaking the very mountaintops. "What valor or madness drives you to seek my dominion over the raging skies?" Willow stood firm against the punishing gales, her eyes blazing with determination. "Great Lord of the Deep Winds, I have come to beseech your aid in a quest of utmost importance. The great tree, the living heart of the wildwood, succumbs to a creeping blight that threatens to extinguish its light forever." The Windlord's eyes narrowed, and the howling tempest seemed to intensify. "I have felt the ominous stirrings throughout the realms, child. A vile sorcerer seeks to harness the great tree's primal energies and subjugate its power to his twisted ambitions." Willow nodded solemnly. "You speak of Xyrak, whose dark influence has already poisoned the forest and flames. I have been chosen to undergo this perilous journey, to unite the elemental forces and purge the great tree of his corruption." The Windlord considered her words, his ethereal form undulating in the raging cyclone. At length, he extended a massive, incorporeal limb, and a shimmering crystal materialized within its swirling vortex. "Take this Zephyr Shard, Willow, a fragment of my essence imbued with the very breath of the heavens," he boomed. "With its power united to those you have already gathered, you may yet stand against the dark sorcerer's malign influence." As Willow accepted the shard, a rush of invigorating energy surged through her veins, filling her with a sense of lightness and clarity. She hefted the three treasures, feeling their combined might pulsing in her grasp. "I am ready," she declared, her voice resolute amidst the shrieking gales. "Lead me to the great tree, that I may fulfill my sacred charge and banish the darkness that threatens the wildwood." The Windlord nodded, and a shimmering vortex opened before them, revealing a path that seemed to wind through the very fabric of reality itself. "Step into the cyclone's maw, Willow, and let the winds bear you to your final destination." With a steadying breath, Willow squared her shoulders and strode forth, vanishing into the swirling maelstrom. For an endless moment, she tumbled through a kaleidoscope of color and sound, the elemental forces swirling around her in a dizzying vortex. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the maelstrom dissipated, and Willow found herself standing before a sight of breathtaking majesty. Towering above her, its twisted boughs reaching towards the heavens, stood the great tree, its bark gnarled and its leaves withered by the blight's insidious touch. A miasma of foul energy clung to the ancient oak, and Willow could sense the tainted power that pulsed at its core. Steeling her resolve, she tightened her grip on the elemental shards and raised them high. "Sirak!" she cried, her voice ringing with defiance. "Your vile machinations end here. I am the champion of the wildwood, bearer of nature's fury and wielder of elemental might. Surrender your foul claim upon the great tree, or face the combined wrath of the guardians themselves." A peal of mocking laughter echoed through the clearing, and a sinister figure materialized from the shadows. Xyrak the sorcerer was a gaunt, twisted specter, his eyes burning with malevolent hunger. "Foolish child," he hissed, dark tendrils of energy coiling around his gnarled fingers. "You cannot begin to fathom the power I shall unleash once I have subjugated the great tree's primal essence." With a disdainful flick of his wrist, Xyrak unleashed a torrent of crackling energy. Willow braced herself, clutching the shards tightly as the dark magic battered against her slight form. Yet as the onslaught intensified, she felt the elemental forces stirring to life, shielding her in a cocoon of verdant growth, scorching flames and howling tempests. The treasures pulsed with blinding radiance, their powers resonating in perfect harmony. "No." Xyrek's eyes widened in disbelief as Willow emerged unscathed, the shards levitating around her in a whirling vortex of primordial energy. "This cannot be. I am the master of the dark arts, unbowed and unbroken." Yet even as he unleashed wave after wave of dark magic, the torrent broke apart against Willow's shimmering barrier. She could feel the combined essences of the guardians coursing through her veins, their ancient powers amplifying her own inner light. "Your reign of terror ends here, Xyrak." Willow's voice rang out, imbued with ethereal power. "The wildwood shall be reborn, and you shall trouble these lands no more." With a blinding flash, the shards converged upon the twisted sorcerer, their energies coalescing into a searing vortex of primal forces. Xyrak's agonized howls echoed through the clearing as his corporeal form disintegrated, banished by the relentless onslaught of purifying energies. As the last vestiges of his dark presence dissipated, Willow felt the weight of her sacred burden lift. She turned her gaze towards the great tree and channeled the last remnants of the shard's power into its withered trunk. Instantly, a shudder ran through the ancient oak, and life began to pulse anew within its gnarled boughs. The blight melted away, and fresh green shoots erupted from the once barren branches. The miasma of foul... Story 22. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled beyond the whispering pines and the murmuring streams, lay the ancient forest of Ilaran. This was a place where time seemed to stand still, and the air hummed with the gentle magic of nature. Here the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, dappling the forest floor with golden patches that danced with the breeze. The scents of pine and earth mingled with the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating an intoxicating symphony that lingered in the air. In this serene realm, a community of creatures lived in perfect harmony, guided by the wisdom of their ancestors and the rhythms of the earth. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the patterns of countless seasons. Thistle was revered among the creatures for his deep understanding of the forest's secrets and his gentle counsel that always seemed to find its way to those in need. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered through the branches. His fur was the color of burnished copper, and his bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. Pippin loved to leap from tree to tree, feeling the wind ruffle his fur and the thrill of adventure in his heart. On this particular day, Pippin had overheard the whispers of the elders speaking of a mysterious phenomenon called the Aurora of Seasons. It was said that once a year, as the world teetered between autumn and winter, a magical aurora would dance across the sky, weaving a tapestry of light that could only be seen by those pure of heart. The aurora, according to legend, was a gift from the spirits of the forest, a reminder of the balance that held their world together. Entranced by the tale, Pippin vowed to witness this marvel for himself. He bounded through the forest, seeking the wisdom of Thistle the tortoise. As he approached Thistle's favorite sun-dappled glade, he found the venerable creature basking in the gentle warmth, his eyes half closed in contemplation. "Thistle," Pippin chirped, his voice a melody of excitement. "Have you ever seen the aurora of seasons? How can I find it?" Thistle opened his eyes slowly, his gaze as deep and comforting as the forest itself. "Ah, Pippin," he said, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder, "the aurora of seasons is not something one finds by seeking. It reveals itself to those who understand the harmony of our home." Pippin tilted his head, pondering Thistle's words. "Harmony? How do I learn that?" "The forest speaks in whispers, young one," Thistle replied, "and we must listen with more than just our ears. Observe the dance of the leaves, the song of the wind, the murmur of the streams. In their symphony lies the secret of harmony." With Thistle's words echoing in his heart, Pippin set out to understand the forest's song. He spent days watching the leaves as they twirled gracefully to the ground, listening to the wind's stories as it wove through the branches, and feeling the gentle caress of the streams as they meandered over stones smoothed by time. As the days grew shorter and the air crisped with the promise of winter, Pippin felt a growing connection to the world around him. He began to see the forest not just as a place to play, but as a living tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread vital to the whole. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with the colors of twilight, Pippin found himself atop a hillock, where the view stretched far and wide. The air was still, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, as if in response to an unspoken invitation, the sky began to shimmer. It started with a faint glow, a whisper of light that danced across the heavens. Slowly, it grew into ribbons of color, emerald, azure, and gold, twisting and twining in a celestial ballet. Pippin watched in awe as the aurora of seasons unfurled its splendor, the forest bathed in its ethereal glow. In that moment, Pippin understood the wisdom of Thistle's words. The aurora was a reflection of the balance he had come to cherish, a reminder of the harmony that sustained their world. He felt a deep sense of peace, as if he had become a part of the forest's eternal song. As the aurora faded into the night, Pippin scampered back to Thistle's glade, his heart brimming with gratitude. "I saw it, Thistle," he exclaimed softly, his voice full of wonder. "I saw the aurora of seasons." Thistle nodded, a gentle smile creasing his ancient face. "And now you carry its light within you, Pippin. Remember this moment and let it guide you towards harmony in all you do." Pippin nestled beside Thistle, the warmth of the tortoise's shell comforting against the chill of the night. As the stars twinkled above, he closed his eyes, the image of the aurora etched in his mind, a beacon of wisdom passed down through the generations. In the heart of the ancient forest of Alarin, under a canopy of stars, the creatures settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that as long as they cherished the harmony of their world, the magic of the aurora would always be within reach. And so the forest lived on, a sanctuary of serenity and balance, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. Story 23. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sky was painted with soft strokes of lavender and peach, a young woman named Liora found herself standing at the edge of her grandmother's garden. This garden, nestled at the foot of rolling hills and surrounded by whispering pines, was a place of timeless beauty and deep family roots. The scent of blooming jasmine lingered in the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the soil, creating a comforting tapestry of fragrances. Liora had always felt a special connection to this garden, though she never quite understood why. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, often spoke of their ancestors with reverence, sharing tales of their courage and kindness over cups of warm herbal tea. These stories, filled with laughter and lessons, had kindled a spark of curiosity in Liora, urging her to explore the legacy that was hers to uncover. One evening, as the stars began to sprinkle the sky with their silvery glow, Lyra's grandmother called her into the cozy warmth of the cottage. The room was filled with the soft glow of candlelight, casting flickering shadows on the walls adorned with intricately woven tapestries. Her grandmother, with her eyes twinkling like two gentle stars, handed Liora a small, weathered box. "This," she said, her voice a soothing melody, "is a gift from our ancestors. It holds the key to our heritage, the stories of our past, and the wisdom that guides us." Liora carefully opened the box, revealing an array of exquisite artifacts. There was a delicate silver amulet, its surface etched with swirling patterns reminiscent of the wind dancing through the trees. Next to it lay an ancient, leather-bound journal filled with faded ink and pressed flowers, each page whispering secrets of a time long past. And nestled among these treasures was a small stone, smooth and warm to the touch, with a deep, calming hue. "These are not just relics," her grandmother explained, her voice a gentle breeze. "They are symbols of our lineage, each with its own tale, its own magic." Intrigued, Liora spent her days delving into the stories contained within the journal, tracing the lineage of her family through the words and sketches left by those who came before her. She learned of her great-great-grandmother, who had been a healer, using the herbs and plants from this very garden to ease the suffering of others. She read about her great-grandfather, a storyteller whose words wove worlds of wonder and hope, binding hearts and minds together. As she absorbed these tales, Liora felt a profound sense of belonging grow within her. She realized that she was part of a tapestry woven with love and resilience, stretching back through the ages. The artifacts, once mysterious, began to reveal their significance. The amulet represented protection and connection, a reminder that she was never alone. The journal, a testament to the power of stories, urged her to share her own. And the stone, a symbol of grounding and peace, reminded her that she was deeply rooted in the earth, in her family, and in herself. One afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the garden in a warm glow, Liora took the amulet and placed it around her neck. Instantly, she felt a gentle warmth envelop her, as if the spirits of her ancestors were embracing her with pride and love. With the journal in hand, she walked through the garden, pausing to touch the vibrant petals of flowers her grandmother had tended with such care. In that moment, surrounded by the symphony of chirping crickets and the rustling leaves, Liora understood the true legacy of her heritage. It was not just the artifacts or the stories, but the values they embodied: kindness, wisdom, and a deep respect for the world around them. These were the gifts she had inherited, and they were more precious than any treasure. Inspired by this revelation, Liora decided to honor her ancestors by nurturing the garden, sharing the stories she had learned, and living the values that had been passed down to her. She began to write her own chapters in the journal, weaving her experiences and dreams into the fabric of her family's history. Each word was a tribute to those who had come before, and a promise to those who would follow. As the days turned into weeks and the garden flourished under her care, Liora found a profound peace within herself. She no longer felt adrift, but rather as if she were a vital part of something much larger than herself. The garden, with its vibrant life and gentle serenity, became a sanctuary where she could reflect, renew, and reconnect. And so, in the quiet moments when the world seemed to hold its breath, Liora would sit beneath the boughs of the ancient oak tree that stood watch over the garden. There she would close her eyes, feel the warmth of the amulet against her skin, and listen to the whispers of the past carried on the breeze. In those moments, she knew with unwavering certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in love, embraced by history, and forever part of the beautiful, enduring legacy of her family. Story 24. The Whispering Woods. There once was a village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest so old and vast that its secrets were as countless as the leaves that rustled in its canopy. The villagers often spoke of the forest in hushed tones, for it was said to be a place where magic lingered with every breeze and shadows danced with untold stories. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Liora, whose heart was as curious as it was kind. Liora loved the woods, often wandering its fringes, collecting fallen leaves that shimmered with hues of gold and emerald, and listening to the murmurs of the wind. It was during one of these wanderings that Liora stumbled upon an object that would change her life forever. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a bed of moss. The box was cool to the touch, its surface etched with patterns that seemed to shift and sway like the forest itself. As Liora lifted the box, the air around her seemed to hum with a gentle warmth, and she felt a tingling sensation travel up her fingers. She knew at once that this was no ordinary object. With a mix of excitement and caution, Liora decided to take the box home, eager to uncover its secrets. That night, as the moon bathed her room in a silvery glow, Liora sat by her window and opened the box. Inside lay a single, iridescent feather, glowing softly with a light that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm. As she held the feather, a gentle voice filled the room, soothing and melodic, like a lullaby sung by the stars themselves. "Brave heart, who holds the feather of the whispering woods," the voice began, "you have been chosen to discover the hidden heart of the forest. To awaken the ancient magic that sleeps within its depths, you must embark on a journey of friendship and courage." Liora's heart raced with a thrill of adventure and a twinge of apprehension. She had always felt a connection to the forest, but this was beyond anything she had imagined. With the feather as her guide, Liora resolved to set forth into the woods at dawn, seeking the heart of magic unfurling beneath the boughs of ancient trees. The next morning, the sun rose with a promise of warmth and light, casting golden rays through the mist that lingered above the forest floor. Liora slipped the feather into her satchel and set off, her steps light with anticipation. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the familiar paths soon gave way to trails less trodden, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. The forest was alive with sounds, a symphony of chirping birds, rustling leaves, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. Liora felt a sense of wonder at the beauty around her, each step revealing new marvels. Mushrooms that glowed with an ethereal light, flowers that sang a gentle melody when touched by the wind, and squirrels that chattered in a language she almost understood. As the day wore on, Liora came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight. In its center stood a great oak tree, its branches stretching wide like the arms of an ancient guardian. Beneath its shade sat a figure, small and curious, with fur as soft as the finest velvet and eyes bright with intelligence. It was a fox, but unlike any fox Liora had ever seen. "Hello there," the fox greeted, its voice as clear as a bell and as warm as the sunbeam it basked in. "I am called Fen. What brings a young human to this part of the woods?" Taken aback by the fox's speech, but enchanted by its friendliness, Liora introduced herself and explained her quest. Fen listened intently, his bushy tail flicking with interest. "The feather you hold is a powerful gift," Fen remarked thoughtfully. "The heart of the Whispering Woods is a place of great mystery, known only to those who seek it with pure intentions. I shall accompany you on your journey, for the forest is vast and its paths can be winding." With a grateful heart, Liora accepted Fen's companionship, and together they journeyed deeper into the forest. The fox proved to be a wise and delightful guide, pointing out paths hidden beneath the thick underbrush and sharing stories of the forest's wonders. As they traveled, Liora and Fen encountered many creatures of the woods, each more enchanting than the last. They met a family of rabbits who danced a jig upon moonlit meadows, a wise old owl who shared riddles that tickled the mind, and a family of hedgehogs who offered them sweet berries and a place to rest. With each new friend, Liora's heart swelled with warmth and gratitude. She discovered that the forest was not just a place of magic, but a tapestry of lives intertwined, each thread contributing to the melody that sang through the leaves. Days passed, and Liora felt herself changing. Her senses grew sharper, her heart more attuned to the whispers of the woods. She could feel the pulse of life thrumming beneath her feet, a rhythm that resonated with her own heartbeat. And through it all, Fen remained by her side, a steadfast companion, with a twinkle in his eye and stories to rival the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Liora and Fen reached a grove unlike any they had seen before. Here, the trees stood tall and silent, their bark shimmering with a silvery sheen. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the air was thick with a sense of anticipation. In the center of the grove lay a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the starlit sky above. As Liora approached, she felt the feather in her satchel grow warm, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. She knew that this was the heart of the Whispering Woods. "Place the feather upon the water," Fen whispered, his voice filled with reverence. With trembling hands, Liora took the feather and gently laid it upon the pool. As it touched the water, a ripple of light spread outwards, illuminating the grove in a cascade of colors. The air shimmered with magic, and a soft melody filled the night, a song of joy and renewal. The voice from the feather spoke once more, echoing through the grove like a gentle breeze. "Brave heart, you have awakened the magic of the Whispering Woods. Through friendship and courage, you have discovered the true heart of the forest. A place where all are connected, where the bonds of love and kindness are as strong as the roots of the ancient trees." Tears of joy filled Liora's eyes as she felt the magic envelop her, a warmth that filled her soul with peace and contentment. She understood now that the journey had not only been about finding the heart of the forest, but about discovering the strength of her own heart, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around her. As the light faded, the grove returned to its serene stillness, and Liora knew it was time to return home. With Fen by her side, she made her way back through the forest, the path now illuminated by the soft glow of the feather, which she wore as a pendant close to her heart. When Liora emerged from the Whispering Woods, the village welcomed her with open arms, eager to hear of her adventures. She shared her tales with warmth and laughter, her eyes alight with the magic she had discovered within herself and the world. And so, the village at the edge of the Whispering Woods became a place where stories of magic and friendship were told by crackling firesides, where the bonds of community were strengthened by the lessons learned in the heart of the forest. Liora and Fen remained the dearest of friends, their hearts forever entwined with the song of the Whispering Woods, a melody of love, kindness, and the magic that lives in every leaf and every breeze. And on quiet nights, when the moon hung full and bright in the sky, the villagers could hear the gentle whispers of the woods, a reminder that magic is never far away for those who seek it with an open heart and a spirit of adventure. The end. Story 25. In the tranquil village of Moonflower Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar occurrence that had the gentle villagers in a mild quandary. It was a place where the sun's first light kissed dew-laden meadows with a golden glow, and where nightfall brought a blanket of stars that twinkled like countless tiny lanterns. Every corner of Moonflower Hollow was a tapestry of vibrant colors and sweet aromas, from the lavender-scented breezes to the honeysuckle-clad cottages. This enchanting village was home to all manner of kindly folk, but none were more beloved than the wise old owl named Oswald, who made his home in the hollow of an ancient oak tree. Oswald was known for his wisdom and his gentle humor, always ready with a kind word or a helpful bit of advice. He had large, round eyes that seemed to see into the very heart of matters, and a voice that was as warm and comforting as a mug of hot cocoa on a wintry eve. One particularly serene morning, as the village was waking to the gentle song of the larks, a curious thing was discovered. The village's beloved moonflower bushes, which only bloomed under the light of the full moon, had mysteriously turned a vibrant shade of blue. These flowers, usually a soft, glowing white, now shimmered like sapphires under the sun, casting a dreamy, ethereal light over the meadow. The villagers gathered, murmuring softly amongst themselves, their faces a mixture of awe and puzzlement. What could have caused such a change? They wondered. Moonflower Hollow had always been a place of subtle magic, but this was something new. Oswald, perched on a branch overlooking the gathering, fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Perhaps," he suggested in his rich, soothing tones, "we should seek the counsel of our friend, Willow, the gentle deer. Her heart is as deep as the forest itself, and she has a way of seeing things that others might overlook." And so, a small band of villagers, led by Oswald, set off through the woods to find Willow. The path wound through a forest that was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss. They found Willow grazing in a sun-dappled clearing, her coat glistening with the morning dew. She greeted them with a gentle nod, her eyes warm and inviting. "Welcome, dear friends," she said in a voice like a gentle breeze. "What brings you to my part of the woods?" Oswald explained the mysterious transformation of the moonflowers, and Willow listened intently, nodding in understanding. "Ah," she mused, "there is a story the forest once whispered to me, about the moon's tear, a gentle rain that falls only once every 100 years, turning moonflowers blue in its wake. It is said to be a gift of dreams from the moon herself." The villagers pondered over this, their expressions brightening with wonder. The mystery, it seemed, was not one of worry, but of marvel. The moon's tear was a rare and beautiful event, a sign of magic and dreams. "Perhaps," Willow suggested softly, "we should seek the guidance of Nettle, the wise old hedgehog. He knows much of the moon and its mysteries." Nettle's home was a cozy burrow beneath a sprawling hawthorn bush, its branches adorned with delicate white blooms. The air was sweet with their fragrance, and the ground was soft and inviting. The villagers found Nettle nestled among an array of scrolls and star charts, his tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose. "Ah, visitors!" Nettle exclaimed, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "What brings you to my little corner of the world?" As Oswald relayed the tale, Nettle listened with keen interest, nodding his head and muttering softly to himself. "The moon's tear, you say?" he mused, peering over his spectacles at a particularly ancient scroll. "Indeed, it is a rare and wondrous thing. It is said that those who witness its arrival are blessed with a night of the most vivid and enchanting dreams." The villagers were delighted by this revelation, their hearts lightened by the knowledge that the strange occurrence was a gift rather than a cause for concern. "What a wonderful blessing for our village," they murmured amongst themselves, smiles spreading from face to face. Nettle offered them each a small pouch of dried lavender, a gift to ensure restful dreams and peaceful nights. "May the moon's tear inspire your hearts and fill your dreams with wonder," he wished them warmly. As the villagers returned to Moonflower Hollow, their spirits were high, buoyed by the enchantment of the unexpected gift. The blue moonflowers now seemed to glow with a serene, magical light, a reminder of the mysterious beauty of the world. That evening, as the village settled into slumber, the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the sleeping town. Each villager, tucked snugly in their beds, dreamed of magical forests, starry skies, and gentle creatures, all woven together with the soft luminescence of the blue moonflowers. In the morning, the village awoke with a renewed sense of wonder and gratitude. The moonflowers, still a vivid blue, were a testament to the mystery and magic that lay at the heart of Moonflower Hollow. And so, the villagers learned to embrace the unexpected, knowing that sometimes, even the strangest occurrences could bring beauty and joy. With the guidance of wise friends and the magic of the world around them, they found comfort in the unknown and delight in the mysteries of life. As the days turned into weeks, the moonflowers gradually returned to their soft white hue, but the memory of their blue brilliance lingered in the hearts of the villagers. They often spoke of that special night when the moon kissed their village with her tear, a gentle reminder of the magic that dwells just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so Moonflower Hollow continued to bask in the gentle light of friendship and wonder, a place where mysteries unfolded not as puzzles to be solved, but as gifts to be cherished. The villagers, with their hearts full of dreams and their spirits lifted by the magic of the moon, lived in harmony with the world around them, always open to the enchantments that life had to offer. Story 26. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and fields of wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her days were filled with the simple joys of the countryside, chasing butterflies, climbing the ancient oaks, and listening to the stories spun by the elders as they sat in the village square. Yet, Amara held a secret wish close to her heart. She longed for a touch of magic in her life, a glimpse into the realms of wonder whispered about in bedtime tales. One crisp autumn morning, Amara set off on her usual wander through the woods that bordered the village. The leaves, a tapestry of amber and gold, crunched beneath her feet as she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest than ever before. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the path with dappled light. Suddenly, a glint caught her eye, a small, ornate box nestled among the roots of an ancient, gnarled tree. The box was unlike anything Amara had seen, decorated with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and gently opened the lid. Inside lay a delicate silver bell, its surface etched with tiny stars. As her fingers brushed against it, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her arm, filling her with a sense of wonder. Amara's heart raced with excitement. She carefully picked up the bell, and as she did, a soft, melodic chime resonated through the forest, carrying with it a gentle breeze that whispered secrets of old. It was then that she realized this was no ordinary bell. It was a magical artifact, one that could reveal hidden truths and unlock the mysteries of the world. Determined to uncover the bell's secrets, Amara embarked on a journey, guided by the chime's gentle song. Her first stop was the cottage of Old Man Thistle, the village's wise elder known for his vast knowledge of the arcane. His cottage stood at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden teeming with herbs and flowers. As Amara approached, the scent of lavender and rosemary enveloped her, soothing her senses. Old Man Thistle welcomed her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling with curiosity as Amara showed him the bell. "Ah, my dear," he said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "this is no mere trinket. It is the Bell of Whispers, a conduit of ancient magic. It grants its bearer the ability to hear the truths of nature and the heart." He explained that the bell would guide Amara to those in need, allowing her to listen to the unspoken desires and fears of others, and to bring comfort and resolution through understanding rather than force. With a heart full of gratitude, Amara thanked Old Man Thistle and set off on the path that lay before her. Her journey led her to the neighboring village of Briarwood, where she encountered a young boy named Finn. Finn was sitting alone by a brook, his face clouded with worry. The bell chimed softly as Amara approached, and she could sense the weight of unspoken fears in his heart. "Hello," Amara greeted him gently, the bell's melody weaving a warm thread of connection between them. "Is something troubling you?" Finn looked up, his eyes reflecting the brook's shimmering surface. "I fear for my family's farm," he confessed. "The land has become barren, and no crops will grow. I don't know how to help." Amara listened intently, her heart stirring with empathy. She sat beside him, her presence as calming as the breeze that rustled the leaves. With the bell in hand, she closed her eyes and focused on the land's silent whispers. It was then she understood. The soil was parched, not by lack of rain, but by an ancient sorrow that lingered beneath its surface. "Finn," she said softly, "the land holds memories of a time when it was vibrant and full of life. It longs for the laughter and joy of those who once tended it with care." Together, Amara and Finn set to work, gathering the village children to play and sing in the fields, their laughter a balm to the land's aching heart. With each day, the soil grew richer, nourished by the joy it had long craved. As the first green sprouts emerged from the earth, Finn's face blossomed with hope, a testament to the power of understanding and kindness. Amara continued her journey, her heart growing lighter with each soul she touched. She met many along the way, a shy baker who longed to share his creations, a lonely widow whose garden bloomed with unseen beauty, and a wandering minstrel searching for a song to call his own. Guided by the bell's gentle chime, Amara helped each find the courage to embrace their truths and share them with the world. As winter's chill gave way to the first blush of spring, Amara returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of the stories and friendships she had gathered. The village welcomed her with open arms, its people eager to hear of her adventures and the magic she had discovered. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars appeared in the sky, Amara sat by the fireplace, the bell resting in her lap. The villagers gathered around, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. With a voice as soothing as the crackling fire, Amara began to tell her tale, a story of discovery, of the magic hidden in the ordinary, and of the power of listening and understanding. And so the Bell of Whispers continued to cast its gentle spell, weaving a tapestry of connection and compassion throughout the village. Amara knew that true magic lay not in the bell itself, but in the hearts of those who dared to listen and believe. As the fire crackled softly and the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, Amara whispered a silent promise to the stars, to always seek the magic within and to share it with the world, one gentle chime at a time. And with that, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams filled with the beauty of the journey yet to come. Story 27. In a village nestled between gentle hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her curiosity and the twinkle of wonder in her eyes. Her days were spent exploring the vibrant meadows and listening to the melodious songs of the birds that flitted among the trees. Yet she often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, towards the mysterious mist that shrouded the faraway glade, a place said to be filled with enchantment. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the dew-kissed fields, Clara decided she would venture into the faraway glade. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension as she packed a small satchel with her favorite book, a sketch pad, and a pouch of sweet berries. The path to the glade wound through the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling like whispered secrets. Sunlight streamed through the branches, painting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Clara walked with a light step, humming a cheerful tune, her senses alive to the earthy scent of moss and the crisp rustle of leaves underfoot. As she approached the edge of the glade, the mist parted like a silken curtain, revealing a world that seemed to have sprung from the pages of a fairy tale. The air was filled with the fragrance of wildflowers, and the gentle trill of a brook could be heard nearby. Butterflies in every shade of the rainbow fluttered lazily through the air, and the grass was as soft as a woven carpet beneath Clara's feet. In the heart of the glade towered an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. With its roots entwined in time, the tree seemed to hum with a gentle, wise energy. Clara felt a comforting warmth radiate from the mighty oak, as if it were an old friend greeting her. As she wandered deeper into the glade, Clara encountered a host of whimsical creatures. A family of luminous fireflies danced around her in a sparkling ballet illuminating her path. Nearby, a group of fluffy, cloud-like creatures with wide, curious eyes floated serene, their laughter like the tinkling of distant chimes. "Welcome, young traveler," came a soft voice. Clara turned to see a small creature perched on a mossy rock. It was a fuzzle, a creature with fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. "Thank you," Clara replied, her voice filled with wonder. "This place is more beautiful than I ever imagined." The fuzzle smiled, its whiskers twitching with delight. The glade is a place of magic and mystery, but it is also a place of courage and discovery. What do you seek? Clara pondered the question. I seek to know the world beyond what I can see, to find the courage to explore the unknown. With a nod, the fuzzle guided Clara to a hidden grove where a brook bubbled over smooth stones, its water as clear as crystal. Here, the creatures of the glade gathered, each bringing a small token of their world, an iridescent feather, a petal that shimmered like a pearl, a smooth stone that shone with an inner light. "These are gifts of the glade," the fuzzle explained. "They are reminders that courage and exploration bring new friends and unexpected treasures." Clara accepted the tokens with gratitude, her heart swelling with the warmth of friendship and the joy of discovery. She spent the day learning the songs of the brook, sketching the creatures in her book, and sharing stories with her newfound friends. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Clara knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to the glade, promising to return with new stories and adventures to share. The journey back through the forest was filled with a newfound sense of peace. Clara's heart was light with the knowledge that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to step into the unknown. She had discovered a world of wonder beyond her imaginings and had made friends who embodied the magic of exploration. When she reached the village, the evening stars twinkling above, Clara felt a deep sense of contentment. She knew that the world was vast and filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered. And as she drifted into a gentle slumber that night, cradled by the warmth of her dreams, Clara's heart whispered a promise to the stars, to always seek, to always explore, and to always cherish the courage that lay within her. Story 28. In the gentle glow of the cosmic dawn, the starship Lumina drifted through the velvet expanse of space, its silvery hull catching the twinkle of distant stars. Nestled within its cozy confines were two travelers, each from a world as different from the other as night from day. Yara hailed from Verdania, a lush planet where emerald forests stretched towards cerulean skies, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flora. She was a creature of grace, with skin the color of young leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep forests of her home. Her voice was soft and lilting, like the whisper of the wind through Verdantia's ancient trees. Beside her, in stark contrast, was Kor, a denizen of Xeron, a planet known for its rugged landscapes of crimson rock and vast deserts. His form was solid and angular, with skin resembling burnished copper and eyes that glinted like polished obsidian. He spoke in a rumbling cadence, deep as the echoing caverns of his homeland. Their journey had begun as a mere alliance of necessity. Aboard the Lumina, they sought a distant star cluster where secrets of the cosmos lay hidden, a mission that promised knowledge and prosperity. Yet, despite their shared purpose, they were often at odds, their worlds as disparate as their dispositions. In the beginning, misunderstanding seemed to shadow their every interaction. Yara, with her affinity for the natural, struggled to understand Kor's fascination with the mechanical wonders of the ship. She would often find him lost in contemplation, hands deftly adjusting the intricate machinery, while she yearned for the simplicity of the earth beneath her feet. One evening, as they sailed through a nebula awash in hues of violet and gold, their differences came to a head. Kor was engrossed in recalibrating the ship's navigation systems, oblivious to the vibrant spectacle outside. Yara, eager to share the beauty, called to him, her voice tinged with frustration. "Do you not see the wonder around us, Kor? Must you focus only on gears and circuits?" Kor paused, his hands stilled over the console, a frown creasing his brow. "These gears and circuits keep us safe, Yara. Without them, we would be adrift, lost among the stars." The tension in the air was palpable, yet as the moments passed, Yara felt a flicker of understanding. She watched Kor, saw the care in his touch as he tended to the ship, and realized that his focus was not a dismissal of beauty, but a devotion to their journey. A few days later, it was Kor who found himself bewildered by Yara's actions. They had landed on a small moon to gather resources, and Yara was delightedly tending to a patch of alien flora, her fingers brushing gently across the leaves. "Why do you spend time with these plants, Yara?" he asked, genuinely curious. "They offer no sustenance or shelter." Yara smiled, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. "Because they are life, Kor, in its simplest, most wondrous form. They remind us that beauty exists, even in the smallest of things." Kor watched her, the warmth in her voice resonating with something deep within him. Slowly he began to see the world through her eyes, not just as a landscape to conquer, but a tapestry of life to be cherished. As their journey continued, they encountered challenges that tested their newfound understanding. On one occasion, a meteor storm threatened to batter the Lumina. Yara, drawing on her knowledge of nature's rhythms, suggested a path that mimicked the flow of wind through a forest, guiding them safely through the celestial tempest. In another instance, when the ship's energy reserves dwindled perilously low, Kor's expertise in engineering saved them, as he deftly rerouted power and repaired the failing systems with a skillful hand. With each trial, their bond grew stronger. What had begun as a journey of mere convenience transformed into a partnership of mutual respect and admiration. They found solace in shared silences, comfort in each other's presence, and discovered the joy that lay in learning from their differences. One evening, as they sat together in the observation deck, the vastness of space stretching out before them, Yara spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the quiet. "Kor, do you remember when we first set out on this journey?" He nodded, a soft laugh rumbling from his chest. "I do. We were as different as two beings could be." "And now?" she asked, her tone playful yet earnest. "Now," he replied, "we are still different, but those differences are what make us strong. You've taught me to see the beauty in the universe, and for that, I am grateful." Yara smiled, her heart warm with the truth of his words. "And you've shown me the wonder of things unseen, Kor. Together, we've learned that friendship is as vast and infinite as the stars themselves." As the Lumina sailed onward through the shimmering sea of night, their companionship was a beacon of light, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring bond of friendship. In the gentle glow of the ship's interior, with the universe as their witness, Yara and Kor found peace in the knowledge that they were, despite all odds, exactly where they belonged, together among the stars. Story 29. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering woods and babbling brooks, there stood an old stone cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed out the sweetest-smelling smoke. It was in this cottage that young Maggie lived with her grandmother, a kind woman whose wisdom was known far and wide. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the room as the sun set in hues of pink and lavender. Maggie had always been a curious child, and one rainy afternoon, while exploring the attic, she stumbled upon a peculiar object, a small, unassuming teapot. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns of swirling vines and tiny stars. The teapot seemed to hum quietly, a gentle melody that tickled Maggie's ears and stirred her imagination. With a heart full of wonder, Maggie brought the teapot downstairs to her grandmother, who was knitting by the fire. "Look what I found! Granny!" she exclaimed, placing the teapot on the table. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a knowing glint as she examined the object. "This is no ordinary teapot, dear," her grandmother said, her voice a soothing lullaby. "It is said that this teapot can pour out not just tea, but also the wisdom of the ages." Maggie's eyes widened in amazement. "How does it work?" she asked eagerly. "Ah, that is for you to discover, my dear," her grandmother replied with a gentle smile. "But remember, true wisdom is not always found in the answers we seek, but in the journey we take to find them." Inspired by her grandmother's words, Maggie decided to embark on a quest to uncover the teapot's secrets. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of freshly baked bread, a woolen scarf, and a notebook to jot down her discoveries. With the teapot carefully cradled in her arms, she set off into the woods, where the trees whispered secrets to the winds and the path was dappled with sunlight. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Maggie encountered a curious fox with a tail as fluffy as the clouds. "Hello there," the fox greeted, his voice as smooth as running water. "What brings you to these parts?" Maggie explained her quest, and the fox nodded thoughtfully. "I believe I can help you," he said. "But first you must help me find the lost moonstone that belongs to my family." Eager to assist, Maggie followed the fox through winding paths and across a trickling stream, until they reached a glade bathed in soft moonlight. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, lay a shimmering stone that glowed with the light of 1,000 stars. Maggie picked it up gently and handed it to the fox, who thanked her with a grateful nod. "In return for your kindness, I shall share a piece of wisdom with you," the fox said. "Sometimes, the answers we seek are hidden in the most unexpected places." With the fox's words echoing in her mind, Maggie continued her journey, carrying the teapot with renewed determination. As night fell, she found shelter in a cozy burrow shared by a family of rabbits. They welcomed her with open arms, offering her a place by their fire and a cup of chamomile tea. Over the gentle crackle of the fire and the soft rustling of leaves, the rabbit family shared stories of their ancestors, tales of bravery and cleverness that warmed Maggie's heart. In return, Maggie told them about her quest and the magical teapot. The eldest rabbit, his whiskers twitching with curiosity, offered his advice. "Remember, young one, true wisdom often lies in simplicity, in seeing things not as they appear, but as they truly are." The next morning, Maggie bid farewell to the rabbits and continued on her way, pondering the advice she had been given. As the sun rose high in the sky, she arrived at a tranquil lake, its surface as smooth as glass. She sat at the water's edge, the teapot cradled in her lap, and gazed at her reflection. It was then, in that quiet moment of solitude, that Maggie realized the true magic of the teapot. It was not in the object itself, but in the experiences she had encountered, the friends she had made, and the wisdom she had gained along the way. With a heart full of gratitude, Maggie turned back toward home, the lessons of her journey etched in her heart. The path seemed shorter now, each step lighter as she carried with her the warmth of friendship and the glow of newfound understanding. As she returned to the cottage, her grandmother greeted her with open arms, her eyes filled with pride. Maggie shared her tales of the fox and the rabbits, the lake and the moonstone, and how the teapot had led her on a journey of discovery. Her grandmother listened intently, her smile as warm as the sun. "You see, my dear," she said softly, "the greatest magic lies not in objects, but in the love and wisdom we share with others." That night, as Maggie lay in her cozy bed, the gentle hum of the teapot a soothing lullaby, she knew that her journey had only just begun. There were more adventures to be had, more friends to meet, and more wisdom to uncover. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit as bright as the stars, Maggie drifted off to sleep, knowing that the world was a magical place, filled with endless possibilities for those who dared to seek them. Story 30. Once upon a time, in the quiet village of Windwhisper, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, lived a young boy named Finn. The village was known for its gentle breezes and the melodic whisper of the wind through the trees. Finn had a curious mind and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover the mysteries hidden in the world around him. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the ground in shades of gold and crimson, Finn decided to explore the attic of his old cottage. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten family heirlooms and dusty relics from the past. As he rummaged through the cobweb-covered trunks and boxes, something peculiar caught his eye, a small, weathered compass, unlike any he had seen before. The compass was ornate, with delicate engravings of stars and moons on its case. Its needle shimmered with an iridescent glow, pointing not north, but towards the heart of the forest beyond the village. Intrigued by this oddity, Finn carefully placed the compass in his pocket, feeling a strange warmth emanating from it. As he stepped outside, the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to beckon him, urging him towards the forest. Finn decided to follow the mysterious pull of the compass, embarking on a journey that would change his life forever. The path into the forest was soft underfoot, blanketed with fallen leaves that crunched softly with each step. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers. As he ventured deeper, the forest seemed alive with whispers, as if it held secrets waiting to be revealed. Along the way, Finn met a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch. The owl, with eyes as deep as the night sky, nodded knowingly at the compass. "Ah, young traveler," the owl hooted softly, "you hold the compass of serendipity, a rare artifact that reveals the path to one's true heart's desire. But beware, the journey is not without its trials." Finn listened intently, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. He thanked the owl and continued on, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden rays through the canopy, Finn encountered a gentle deer with a coat as soft as velvet. The deer, named Lila, had a serene presence and spoke in a voice as gentle as the breeze. "To succeed in your journey, you must rely on wisdom and kindness. The forest tests those who enter with challenges that are not meant to be conquered by force, but by understanding." Finn nodded, grateful for Lila's guidance. As they walked together, the path led them to a clearing bathed in the soft light of dusk. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree lay a puzzle made of intertwining vines and stones. The puzzle seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if waiting for someone worthy to solve it. Finn knelt before it, studying the intricate patterns and feeling the gentle hum of magic in the air. Remembering the owl's words, Finn approached the puzzle with patience and thoughtfulness. He traced the patterns with his fingers, feeling the texture of the vines and the coolness of the stones. Slowly, he began to understand the harmony of the design, realizing that it was not about rearranging the pieces, but about seeing their connection to the whole. With a gentle twist, the puzzle clicked into place, and the ground beneath him shimmered with a soft, golden light. The ancient oak tree seemed to sigh with contentment, and the compass in Finn's pocket glowed warmly, its needle spinning joyfully. As night fell, the clearing was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies dancing among the branches. Finn felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that he had discovered something profound, not just about the forest, but about himself. Turning back towards the village, Finn felt the forest bidding him farewell with a gentle rustle of leaves. Lila walked beside him, her presence a comforting reminder of the friends he had made along the way. When Finn returned home, the village was asleep, wrapped in the tranquility of the night. He placed the compass on his bedside table, its glow a gentle reminder of his journey and the wisdom he had gained. And so, with the soft whisper of the wind outside his window, Finn drifted into a restful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic and wonder of the world beyond the village of Windwhisper. In the days that followed, Finn often found himself gazing at the compass, its needle pointing towards new adventures, new discoveries. But he knew, deep down, that the greatest treasure he had found was not the compass or the secrets of the forest, but the understanding and friendship he had gained along the way. And so, the tale of Finn and the Compass of Serendipity became a cherished story in the village, a reminder of the wonders that await those who seek with an open heart and a gentle spirit. And in the quiet corners of the attic, where the compass first called to him, the winds of Windwhisper continued to sing their timeless song, weaving stories of magic and discovery for those willing to listen. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn grew older, but his heart remained ever young, forever touched by the whispers of the forest and the guiding light of the Compass of Serendipity. And in the warm glow of many cozy nights, the villagers would gather, sharing tales of wonder and adventure, inspired by the journey of a boy who followed the compass to the heart's true north. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering azure lake, there lived a gentle soul named Oliver. Oliver was an earnest young fellow with a curious mind and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. His home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed wisps of smoke like an old man's pipe. Each evening, the golden glow from his windows would dance in harmony with the cricket's lullaby under the starlit sky. Oliver spent his days tending to his beloved garden, where roses blushed in the morning sun and lavender whispered secrets to the breeze. But it was in the attic of his cottage, amidst old books and forgotten trinkets, that Oliver stumbled upon a discovery that would change his life. One rainy afternoon, as droplets pattered gently against the window panes, Oliver decided to explore the attic. It was a place of dusty enchantment, filled with relics of the past. As he rummaged through a stack of ancient tomes, his fingers brushed against a peculiar object. It was a compass, though unlike any he had ever seen before. The compass was ornate, with a polished brass casing etched with delicate vines, and instead of the usual cardinal directions, its needle spun with a whimsical glow. Intrigued, Oliver took the compass to old Madame Clara, the wise woman of the village, who was known for her knowledge of the arcane and the mystical. Her cottage brimmed with the scent of herbs and the subtle hum of spinning yarn. As Oliver entered, Madame Clara looked up from her knitting, her eyes twinkling behind round spectacles. "Ah, Oliver," she greeted with a warm smile. "What brings you to my door on such a soggy day?" Oliver showed her the compass, its needle still swirling in its mysterious dance. Madame Clara adjusted her spectacles and examined the compass closely, her nimble fingers tracing the intricate designs. "This, dear Oliver, is no ordinary compass," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "It is a heart's compass, a rare and magical artifact that guides one towards their true desires and hidden paths." Oliver's eyes widened with wonder. "But how does it work?" he asked. Madame Clara chuckled gently. "The heart's compass requires more than mere curiosity to reveal its secrets. It needs intent and trust in the journey it leads you on." With a nod of understanding, Oliver thanked Madame Clara and returned home, the compass snug in his pocket. That night, as the rain lulled the village to sleep, Oliver pondered his heart's desires. What path would the compass reveal to him? The next morning, eager to unravel the mystery, Oliver set off, guided by the compass. The needle spun with a comforting glow, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The path was one he had walked many times, yet under the compass's guidance, it felt imbued with new possibilities. As Oliver ventured deeper into the woods, he was joined by a gentle breeze that carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. The forest was alive with the chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature's whispers. Along his journey, Oliver encountered a cast of woodland friends who joined him, each bringing their own unique charm to the adventure. First was Thistle, a clever fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. Thistle had eyes that sparkled with mischief, but a heart as pure as a mountain stream. He offered Oliver advice in the form of riddles and tales, always with a twinkle in his eye. Next was Fern, a wise old turtle with a shell that looked like a mosaic of the forest floor. Fern moved with deliberate grace, teaching Oliver the value of patience and the beauty of taking the world slowly, one step at a time. Lastly, there was Luna, a graceful deer with a coat that shimmered like moonlight on water. Luna brought a calming presence, her serene demeanor soothing any worries that crept into Oliver's mind. Together, this merry band traveled through the forest, the heart's compass leading them to places unseen by ordinary travelers. They discovered hidden groves where sunlight danced through leaves like laughter, and babbling brooks that sang songs only the heart could hear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, the companions arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base lay a stone with markings that mirrored those on the compass. "This must be the place," Oliver mused, as he felt a gentle warmth emanate from the compass. The challenge before them was not one of strength or might, but of understanding. The markings on the stone formed a puzzle, an enigma of symbols and lines that required the wisdom of their journey to solve. Thistle, with his sharp mind, suggested, "Perhaps the answer lies in the stories we share." Fern nodded, "And in the patience we've learned." Luna added softly, "And the peace we've found within." With these insights, Oliver and his friends worked together, piecing together the symbols like a tapestry of their shared experiences. As the final piece clicked into place, the stone glowed with a soft, ethereal light, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a small vial containing a shimmering liquid that sparkled like stardust. Oliver held the vial carefully, feeling its warmth seep into his fingers. "What is this?" he wondered aloud. Madame Clara's words echoed in his mind. "The heart's compass leads to what you truly desire." In that moment, Oliver realized the liquid was the embodiment of hope and dreams, a magical elixir that could bring joy and inspiration to those who tasted it. His heart swelled with gratitude and understanding. The journey had been about more than the destination. It was about friendship, wisdom, and the courage to seek one's true path. With a heart full of joy, Oliver and his companions made their way back to the village, sharing tales of their adventure with the villagers, who gathered around with eager curiosity. The vial became a cherished treasure, its magic shared during times of need, bringing light and happiness to all. And so, under the gentle glow of the village lanterns and the soft embrace of the night, Oliver and his friends found comfort in the bonds they had formed and the lessons they had learned. The heart's compass, resting on Oliver's shelf, stood as a reminder that the journey within is often the most magical of all. And with that, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle hum of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. The end. Story 32. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, cradled by lush, whispering woods, and bordered by a serene, shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Mia. Her home was a snug cottage with ivy-draped eaves and a garden bursting with vibrant blooms. Each morning, the gentle hum of bees and the sweet fragrance of roses greeted her as she stepped outside. Mia was a girl of quiet curiosity and kindness, with eyes the color of twilight. She loved to explore the woods that began just beyond her garden, where ancient trees stretched their limbs into a canopy of emerald leaves. The forest was a place of wonder, where sunlight danced through the branches and painted the ground with dapples of gold. One day, as Mia wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a small clearing surrounded by a circle of wildflowers stood an old, gnarled oak tree. Its trunk was thick and twisted, and from its branches hung a single silver bell that tinkled softly in the breeze. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Mia reached out and gently touched the bell. To her astonishment, it emitted a melodic chime that resonated through the forest, as if the very air was singing. The sound seemed to awaken something within her, a feeling of warmth and joy that spread from her fingertips to her heart. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and the fabric of the forest seemed to ripple like water. Before Mia's eyes, a hidden world unfolded, a place of enchantment and magic. The trees glowed with a soft luminescence, and the flowers bloomed in colors more vivid than any she had ever seen. Tiny creatures with wings like spun glass flitted among the branches, leaving trails of sparkling dust in their wake. Amidst this wonder, a figure emerged from the trees, a small, graceful fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. Its eyes, bright and intelligent, met Mia's with a knowing gaze. "Welcome, dear one," the fox spoke, its voice as gentle as a breeze. "You have awakened the forest's secret. I am Finn, the guardian of this realm." Mia, though startled, felt no fear. Instead, she felt a connection to this place and its gentle guardian. "What is this world?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. "This is the Heartwood," Finn replied, "a hidden realm within the natural world, where the magic of the earth is alive and vibrant. Few have the gift to see it, but you, Mia, have a heart attuned to its song." As Mia explored the Heartwood, Finn by her side, she discovered wonders beyond her wildest dreams. She met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each one unique and marvelous. There were gentle deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight, and wise owls whose eyes held the stars. She danced with the breeze and sang with the streams, her laughter echoing through the trees. In this magical world, Mia found a sense of belonging she had never known. She learned the language of the forest, understanding the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the birds. Each day was an adventure, filled with discoveries and delights. Yet as the days turned into weeks, Mia began to notice something amiss. The magic of the Heartwood was fading, its light dimming and its colors dulling. The creatures grew restless, their songs tinged with sadness. "What is happening?" Mia asked Finn, concern etching her brow. Finn's eyes, usually bright with mischief, were now shadowed with worry. "The Heartwood's magic is sustained by the harmony between our world and yours. But something has disturbed that balance, and the magic is waning." Determined to help her newfound friends, Mia set out to discover the cause of the disturbance. She journeyed through the Heartwood, seeking answers in the rustling leaves and murmuring streams. She listened to the stories of the elders, wise trees who had stood for centuries, and gathered clues from the whispers of the wind. Her quest led her to the edge of the Heartwood, where the forest met the human world. There, she found a group of villagers, their axes poised to fell the ancient trees. They spoke of progress and prosperity, of the need for more land and resources. Mia's heart ached at the thought of losing the Heartwood, its beauty and magic destined to fade away. She knew she had to act, but how could she convince the villagers to see the value of the hidden realm? With Finn at her side, Mia approached the villagers. She spoke of the Heartwood's wonders, of the magic that thrived just beyond their sight. She told them of the creatures and the harmony that sustained their world, urging them to consider the consequences of their actions. At first, the villagers were skeptical, their eyes filled with doubt. But as Mia spoke, her words woven with the truth of the Heartwood, they began to see the world through her eyes. They listened to the wind's song and felt the earth's heartbeat beneath their feet. Slowly, their hearts softened, and they laid down their axes. They agreed to protect the Heartwood, to preserve its magic for future generations. In gratitude, the Heartwood's magic blossomed anew, its colors vibrant and its light radiant once more. With the balance restored, Mia and Finn returned to the heart of the forest, where the silver bell awaited. As Mia's fingers brushed the bell once more, she felt the magic of the Heartwood flow through her, a part of her forever. Though her journey had come to an end, Mia knew she would always carry the Heartwood within her heart, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden within the world, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to believe. And so, with a heart full of wisdom and friendship, Mia returned to her village, a gentle guardian of the magic that bound their worlds together. As she drifted into slumber each night, the soft chime of the silver bell echoed in her dreams, a lullaby of hope and harmony. In the quiet stillness of the forest, the Heartwood thrived, its magic alive in the whispers of the leaves and the songs of the stars. And the world, both seen and unseen, was forever changed by a young girl's journey and the friendship that defied all expectations. Story 33. Once upon a time, In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a girl named May. May had a curious heart and a mind that danced with dreams of adventure. Her village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and gardens bursting with flowers of every hue. Yet despite its beauty, the village had an air of mystery, for it was said that within its boundaries, ordinary objects sometimes held extraordinary secrets. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was perfumed with the scent of fallen leaves and the gentle rustle of the breeze, May set out on her usual walk through the woods. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping overhead and the soft crunch of twigs underfoot. As she wandered, her sharp eyes caught sight of something unusual nestled in the hollow of an ancient oak tree. Curious, May approached the tree and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. May could feel a warmth emanating from it, as if the box held a secret waiting to be shared. Unable to resist, she carefully opened the lid, and to her astonishment, inside lay a shimmering, translucent feather, unlike any she had ever seen. As soon as May touched the feather, a gentle, comforting voice spoke in her mind. "I am the Feather of Whispers," it said, "and I hold the power to reveal the unseen truths of the world. Use me wisely, and I shall guide you on a journey of discovery." With the feather in hand, May felt a surge of excitement and wonder. She knew this was the beginning of an adventure unlike any other. As she turned back towards the village, she noticed that the world around her seemed subtly transformed. Colors were more vibrant, the air was filled with a sense of possibility, and she could hear the gentle hum of magic in the air. Upon returning to the village, May shared her discovery with her closest friends, Finn and Lila. Finn was a gentle soul with a heart as vast as the ocean, and Lila possessed a wisdom that belied her years, her laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. "May," Lila said with a twinkle in her eye, "this feather could help us solve the mystery of the lost river." The river, once a lifeline for the village, had mysteriously vanished years ago, leaving the villagers puzzled and longing for its return. Eager to help, May, Finn, and Lila set out on a journey to find the hidden river. The Feather of Whispers guided them with gentle nudges, leading them through the forest and into the heart of a shimmering glade. There they encountered a wise old owl named Oswin, perched majestically on a branch. "Ah, young adventurers," Oswin hooted softly, his eyes twinkling like stars. "I see you carry the Feather of Whispers. It is indeed a rare gift. Can you help us find the lost river?" May asked, her voice filled with hope. Oswin tilted his head thoughtfully. "The river you seek is not lost, but hidden from those who do not see with their hearts. To find it, you must listen to the whispers of the world around you and trust in the guidance of the feather." With renewed determination, the trio continued their journey, using the feather to reveal hidden paths and secret signs. They followed the whispering winds, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of birds, each step bringing them closer to the river's secret. As dusk fell, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they arrived at a tranquil clearing. There, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the lost river emerged, its waters glistening like liquid silver. It flowed with a gentle grace, singing a song of old that filled their hearts with peace. May, Finn, and Lila realized that the river had been waiting all along, hidden from view by a veil of forgetfulness that only the magic of the feather could lift. They had discovered not only the river, but also the truth that sometimes the greatest treasures are those that lie hidden in plain sight, waiting to be revealed by those who listen with their hearts. With gratitude and joy, the friends made their way back to the village, the river flowing behind them once more. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their faces alight with joy and wonder at the river's return. As they celebrated, May reflected on their journey. She realized that the feather had not only revealed the river, but it also taught them valuable lessons about friendship, trust, and the beauty of seeing the world through the eyes of wonder. As the stars twinkled overhead and the fire crackled warmly in the village square, May tucked the Feather of Whispers safely into her pocket. She knew that its magic would always be with her, a reminder of the extraordinary secrets hidden within the ordinary world. And so, with hearts full of joy and minds alight with dreams of future adventures, May and her friends drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the gentle lullaby of the river's song, knowing that they had found not only a lost river, but also a deeper understanding of the magic that surrounds us all. Story 34. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, there was a quaint little village named Willowbrook. In this village, surrounded by towering trees and babbling brooks, lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen had always been a creature of habit, relishing the familiar rhythm of her daily life. The sun would rise, casting golden hues upon the dewdrops that clung to the leaves like tiny jewels, and Anwen would begin her day, tending to her small garden and weaving baskets from willow branches. Despite the village's beauty and the comfort of her routine, Anwen felt a restlessness stirring within her, like a breeze that rustles the leaves before a storm. She longed for something more, but feared the unknown that lay beyond the boundaries of her simple life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Anwen sat by the edge of the enchanted lake, its waters shimmering under the first stars of night. It was said that the lake held ancient magic, reflecting not just the sky above, but the dreams and fears of those who gazed into its depths. As Anwen peered into the water, she saw not just her reflection, but a vision of herself, transformed and radiant, surrounded by a light she had never known. Startled, she leaned back and turned to her side, where she noticed a small, peculiar creature peering at her with curious eyes. It was a Lumina, a gentle spirit of the forest, with wings that glimmered like silver moonlight and a presence that seemed to hum with quiet wisdom. "Hello, Anwen," the Lumina said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Nixie, and I have been sent to guide you." Guidewin asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "But where?" "To discover the magic within you," Nixie replied with a serene smile. "The vision you saw is only the beginning. Change is the path to growth, and you are ready to walk it." Anwen hesitated, the fear of leaving her comfortable life warring with the excitement of the unknown. Sensing her turmoil, Nixie fluttered closer, their wings creating a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers. "You are not alone, Anwen. The forest is filled with friends who will help you on your journey." With Nixie's reassurance, Anwen felt a warmth spread through her heart, and she agreed to embark on this journey of transformation. Together with Nixie, she ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As they traveled, Anwen met many of the forest's inhabitants. There was Bramble, a wise old tortoise who shared stories of ancient times and taught Anwen the value of patience and perseverance. Then there was Sable, a lively squirrel who showed her the joy of spontaneity and the courage to take leaps of faith, even across the widest gaps between trees. Each encounter brought Anwen new insights, and with each lesson learned, she felt a part of her soul unfurl like a blossom opening to the sun. She discovered that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's cycle, as inevitable as the changing seasons that painted the forest in vibrant hues. One day, as Anwen and Nixie rested by a crystal-clear spring, Anwen noticed a peculiar seed, glinting like a precious gem in the sunlight. Nixie explained that it was a dream seed, a rare and magical gift that could only be found by those who were truly ready to embrace their potential. Holding the seed in her hand, Anwen felt its energy pulse with the rhythm of her heart. She planted it in a patch of soft earth, and as she did, a wave of warmth and light enveloped her. The seed began to sprout rapidly, growing into a beautiful tree with branches that sparkled like stars against the twilight sky. In that moment, Anwen understood that the tree was a reflection of her own growth. She had learned to let go of her fears and embrace the magic of change. Her heart, once bound by uncertainty, now soared free like the birds that sang in the canopy above. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow upon the forest, Anwen thanked Nixie and her newfound friends for their guidance. She knew she could return to Willowbrook, but she also knew she would never be the same. Her journey had awakened a light within her, a light that would guide her through any darkness that might come. With a heart full of gratitude and eyes reflecting the stars, Anwen returned to her village, carrying the lessons of the forest within her. She no longer feared the unknown, for she had discovered the magic of transformation and the beauty of personal growth. And so, with the whispering woods as her witness, Anwen's story became a beacon of hope for all those who dared to dream and embrace the changes life would bring. Her journey was a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic that resides within us all, waiting to be discovered. With this newfound peace, Anwen lived each day with joy and wonder, forever grateful for the journey that had led her to the truth of her own heart. And as the years passed, her story became a cherished tale, whispered beside crackling fires, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change and the magic that can be found in the most unexpected places. Story 35. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the emerald canopy whispered secrets to the wind and the earth hummed with life, there existed a hidden village known only to the creatures of the wood. This village, nestled in a glade where sunlight danced through leaves like scattered gold, was home to the sylphs, gentle beings of air and light, who lived in perfect harmony with the natural world. The sylphs were as ethereal as morning mist, their translucent wings shimmering with hues of dawn and dusk. They moved with the grace of a summer breeze, their laughter chiming like distant bells. Among them was a wise elder named Aelith, whose eyes held the depth of centuries. She often gathered the younger sylphs beneath the great oak, whose gnarled branches reached towards the sky like an ancient guardian, to share stories of the forest and its delicate balance. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its fiery cloak of red and gold, Aelith sensed a change in the air. The wind carried whispers of something amiss, a slight disharmony in the forest's song. Gathering the sylphs, she spoke with a voice as soft as falling leaves. The seasons are our kin, each with its own magic and purpose. Yet, I feel the touch of winter creeping too soon upon the land. The sylphs fluttered with concern, their wings rustling like pages of an enchanted book. Among them was a young sylph named Liora, whose heart was as bright as the morning sun. Her curious spirit often led her to explore beyond the village, learning the ways of the forest creatures and the subtle dance of the seasons. "I will seek the counsel of the wind," offered Liora, her voice filled with determination. "Perhaps it can guide us to the source of this early chill." Aelith nodded, her eyes filled with pride and trust. "Go, dear Liora, and remember the wisdom of the forest. Nature speaks to those who listen." With a gentle nod, Liora set off, her wings carrying her across the tapestry of the forest. The scent of pine and earth filled her senses, grounding her as she flew through shafts of sunlight and shadow. She paused by a babbling brook, its water as clear as crystal, and whispered her question to the wind. The wind, a playful companion, swirled around her, carrying the crisp scent of distant snow. It guided her to a grove where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with secrets. In the center of the grove stood an ancient stone circle, a remnant of times long past, where magic lingered like the last notes of a lullaby. Here, Liora found the Winter Warden, a gentle giant of frost and ice, who watched over the changing of the seasons. His form was like a sculpture of frozen starlight, and his eyes held the calm wisdom of the ages. "Why does winter's breath touch the forest so soon?" Liora asked, her voice echoing softly in the stillness. The Winter Warden's voice was deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. "The balance has been disturbed, for the frost fox, keeper of the northern winds, has gone astray. Without its guidance, winter's chill drifts where it should not." Understanding flickered in Leora's eyes. "How might we restore the balance?" "Seek the frost fox," the warden replied, "and remind it of its duty to the seasons. Only then will harmony return." With gratitude, Liora bowed and departed, the chill of the grove fading as she soared into the sky. Her journey led her to the northern edge of the forest, where snowflakes danced upon the air like 1,000 tiny stars. There, amidst the frost-kissed branches, she found the frost fox. Its fur was a tapestry of silver and white, and its eyes gleamed like twin moons. It lay curled upon a bed of snow, its breath forming delicate patterns in the air. "Dear frost fox," Liora called gently, "the forest needs your guidance, for winter's touch has strayed beyond its time." The frost fox lifted its head, a flicker of recognition in its gaze. "I have been lost in dreams," it murmured, its voice as soft as a snowflake landing upon still water. the call of the seasons has grown faint. Liora knelt beside the creature, her presence a warm beacon in the winter's chill. Let us remind you of the harmony you guard. Together, we can restore the balance. Touched by her kindness, the frost fox rose, shaking the snow from its coat like a mantle of stars. With Liora by its side, it began to weave the northern winds, guiding them back to their rightful place. As they worked, the forest responded with a symphony of life. The sun rose higher, melting the early frost from the leaves, and the trees sighed with relief. Birds sang their gratitude, their notes weaving through the air like threads of a tapestry. When the task was done, the frost fox turned to Liora, its eyes filled with warmth. Your wisdom and friendship have restored not only the seasons, but also my spirit. I am grateful, dear Sylph. With a gentle nuzzle, the frost fox departed, its form blending with the snow-kissed landscape. Liora watched it go, her heart light with the knowledge that harmony had been restored. Returning to the village, Liora found Aelith and the other sylphs awaiting her beneath the great oak. The elder's eyes shone with pride as she listened to Liora's tale. You have shown us the power of friendship and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world, Aelith said, her voice a soothing balm. May we all carry this wisdom in our hearts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, the sylphs gathered in celebration. Their laughter mingled with the rustling leaves, and their joy echoed through the forest like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of that ancient forest, harmony reigned once more, a testament to the enduring bond between the creatures of the wood and the magic of the seasons. As stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the knowledge that wisdom and friendship would always guide it through the ever-turning wheel of time. Story 36. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Liora was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Liora, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Liora found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Liora, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Liora with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Liora," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Liora nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Liora the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Liora and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Liora spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Liora, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Liora," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Liora embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 37. Once upon a time, In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdania, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdania came Liora, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Liora, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Liora, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Liora spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Liora shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdania. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Liora began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Liora discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Liora and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Liora and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdania, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Liora, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Liora, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Liora, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Liora spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Liora shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Liora began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Liora discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Liora and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Liora and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could carry, there lay a quaint little village named Misty Hollow. This village was a peaceful haven, nestled beneath the protective canopy of ancient oaks and maples. The air was rich with the scent of pine and the gentle hum of forest life. In Misty Hollow, the villagers led simple, harmonious lives, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the gentle magic that pervaded their surroundings. Each morning the sun would rise over the misty hills, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, and each evening it would set to the soothing lullaby of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. Among the villagers was a young girl named Clara, who was known for her keen sense of observation and her compassionate heart. Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often told tales of the forest's magic and its many creatures. Clara's favorite stories were those of the starry owls, mystical birds that were said to bring guidance and clarity to those who sought answers. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to fiery reds and warm ambers, Clara noticed something peculiar. The village clock tower, which always chimed precisely at dawn and dusk, had begun to chime at odd hours. Sometimes it would ring in the middle of the night, startling the villagers from their slumber, and other times it would remain silent when the sun dipped below the horizon. This mysterious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, and as the days passed, their curiosity grew. Clara, with her inquisitive nature, decided to investigate. She knew that in order to solve this mystery, she would need to be observant and open-minded, much like the heroes in her grandmother's stories. Clara began her quest by visiting the clock tower, a tall, elegant structure built from smooth gray stones and crowned with a copper roof that glinted in the sunlight. As she approached, she noticed the gentle cooing of pigeons nesting beneath the eaves and the soft click of the clock's gears. The tower had an air of wisdom about it, as if it had witnessed countless seasons and stories. Inside, the tower was dimly lit, the only light coming from narrow slits in the stone walls. Clara could hear the rhythmic ticking of the clock's mechanism above her, a steady heartbeat that seemed to echo through the tower's hollow interior. She climbed the winding staircase, her footsteps a soft patter on the worn wooden steps. At the top, she found the clock's intricate workings, a mesmerizing dance of gears and levers. But something else caught her eye, a small, shimmering feather lodged between two of the gears. It was unlike any feather she had seen before, iridescent and glowing softly in the dim light. Clara gently plucked the feather from its place and held it up to the light. As she did, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a sense of calm and clarity wash over her. She knew this was no ordinary feather. It was a gift from the starry owls. With newfound determination, Clara decided to seek the counsel of the forest's wisest mentor, the great elder oak. This ancient tree stood at the heart of the whispering wood, its massive trunk and sprawling branches a testament to centuries of growth and wisdom. The villagers often turned to the elder oak for guidance, for it was said that the tree could speak to those who listened closely enough. As Clara approached the elder oak, she felt the gentle rustle of its leaves, a soft susurration that seemed to invite her closer. She placed a hand on the gnarled bark, feeling the strength and vitality of the tree beneath her palm. "Elder oak," she whispered, "I seek your wisdom. The clock tower's chimes have gone awry, and I found this feather within its gears. Can you help me understand what this means?" For a moment there was only silence, but then Clara felt a gentle breeze stir the leaves, carrying with it a voice as old as time itself. "Child of the forest," the voice intoned, "you hold the feather of a starry owl, a symbol of insight and illumination. The clock's irregular chimes are a reminder that time is not always as it seems. Look beyond the surface, and you will find the answers you seek." With these words echoing in her mind, Clara thanked the elder oak and made her way back to the village, pondering the tree's advice. She realized that the solution might lie not in the clock itself, but in the connections between all things, the rhythm of the village, the creatures of the forest, and the subtle magic that bound them together. As she wandered through the village, Clara noticed something she hadn't before. The animals of the forest seemed more active than usual. Squirrels scurried with an unusual urgency, and the songbirds sang with a heightened intensity. It was as if the natural world was trying to tell her something. Returning home, Clara shared her observations with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. "The starry owls are guiding you, Clara," her grandmother said. "They remind us that sometimes we must look at the world from a different perspective." That night, as Clara lay in bed, she remembered something else her grandmother had taught her, that dreams could sometimes reveal truths hidden from waking eyes. Before she drifted off to sleep, she placed the feather beneath her pillow, hoping to receive further guidance. In her dreams, Clara found herself standing at the base of the clock tower, bathed in the silvery light of a full moon. The starry owls circled overhead, their luminous feathers casting a gentle glow. One of them swooped down, landing gracefully beside her. "Time is a tapestry," the owl spoke in a soft, melodious voice. "Each thread a moment, each knot a connection. The clock's chimes are but one thread in this vast weave. Listen to the harmony, and you will see how it all fits together." When Clara awoke, the morning sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, casting a golden light across her room. She felt a newfound sense of understanding and purpose. The answers she sought lay not in unraveling the mystery of the clock's chimes, but in understanding the symphony of life around her. With this realization, Clara approached the village council and shared her insights. She explained how the irregular chimes were a reflection of the forest's current state, a reminder to the villagers to attune themselves to the changes in their surroundings. Inspired by Clara's wisdom, the villagers began to pay closer attention to the rhythms of nature, adjusting their activities to better align with the forest's cycles. They discovered that by doing so, their lives flowed with greater ease and harmony. As for the clock tower, its chimes gradually returned to their regular pattern, as if acknowledging the villagers' newfound awareness. The starry owls continued to watch over Misty Hollow, their presence a gentle reminder of the magic that permeated the world. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering trees and the glittering night sky, Misty Hollow thrived, a testament to the power of observation, understanding, and the interconnectedness of all things. As Clara grew, she carried with her the lessons of the starry owls, forever grateful for the wisdom they had shared. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, remember that the world is full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and sometimes the answers lie not in what you see, but in how you perceive the dance of life around you. Sleep peacefully, knowing that you, too, are part of this wondrous tapestry. Story 39. In the galaxy's quiet corner, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet sky, lay the planet of Aetheris, known for its lush, bioluminescent forests and whispering winds. Here, the air was filled with the sweet scent of luminescent flowers that glowed softly in the night, and the gentle rustle of leaves that sounded like a soft lullaby. On this serene planet resided Liora, a gentle creature of the Etherians, known for their ethereal wings that shimmered with the colors of twilight. Liora was as kind-hearted as she was curious, her wings fluttering gently as she navigated the emerald canopy of her homeland. Her days were spent tending to the glowing flora and listening to the ancient songs of her people, songs that told tales of stars and dreams. Far across the galaxy, on the barren planet of Xenos, lived Tauren, a sturdy Zenthian known for their rugged, stone-like skin and deep, resonant voices. The Zenthians were a practical people, building their homes beneath the crust of their rocky world, living in harmony with the planet's rhythm. Tauren was a craftsman, skilled at shaping the strong minerals of Xenos into intricate designs that reflected the beauty hidden within the harsh landscape. The story of Liora and Tauren began with a cosmic event that was as rare as it was spectacular. A celestial alignment caused a ripple through the fabric of space, creating a temporary bridge between Aetheris and Xenos. Curiosity piqued, both Liora and Tauren found themselves drawn to the mysterious portal that shimmered like liquid silver in the night sky. With a courageous leap, Liora fluttered through the portal, her heart pounding with anticipation and a touch of fear. Simultaneously, Torin stepped through from his side, his heavy footsteps echoing with each stride. They emerged in a shared space, a tranquil meadow bathed in starlight, where the soft ground glowed with a gentle luminescence that seemed to welcome them both. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Liora, with her delicate wings and gentle demeanor, seemed fragile to Torin, who was accustomed to the ruggedness of his world. Meanwhile, Torin's imposing presence and deep voice startled Liora, who was used to the soft whispers of her kind. "Greetings," Liora said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Liora from Atheris." Torin nodded, his stone-like features softening with a smile. "I am Torin, of Xenos. This place, it is unlike anything I have seen." Their conversation was halting at first, each unsure of the other's ways and customs. Liora's graceful movements seemed alien to Torin, while his loud laughter and booming voice were startling to her. Yet, beneath these differences lay a shared curiosity and kindness that slowly bridged the gap between them. As days turned into weeks, Liora and Torin found themselves facing challenges that tested their budding friendship. A sudden storm swept across the meadow, threatening to tear the fragile portal asunder. The winds howled, and the ground trembled, but Liora and Torin stood firm, side by side. Liora, with her knowledge of the forest, guided Torin to shelter beneath the protective boughs of the great luminescent trees. "Here we are safe," she assured him, her wings wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. Torin, in turn, used his strength to build a sturdy barricade to shield them from the storm's fury, his hands working quickly and skillfully. "Together we can weather this," he said, his voice a steady anchor amidst the chaos. In that moment, they understood the power of their unlikely companionship. Their differences, once a source of misunderstanding, had become strengths that complemented each other, weaving a tapestry of friendship that was as resilient as it was beautiful. As the storm subsided, the meadow glistened with raindrops that sparkled like tiny stars. Liora and Torin emerged from their shelter, their bond stronger than ever. They marveled at the beauty around them, each seeing it anew through the other's eyes. "I have learned much from you, Torin," Liora said softly, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "Your strength and resilience are inspiring." "And you, Liora," Torin replied, his voice warm with gratitude. "You have shown me the beauty of gentleness and the wisdom of listening." Their friendship, forged in the heart of a storm, became a beacon of hope and understanding, a testament to the power of kindness and the beauty of diversity. As the portal began to shimmer once more, signaling their time in the meadow was drawing to a close, they exchanged gifts. Liora gave Torin a glowing flower, a symbol of Atheris's light, while Torin gifted Liora a small carved stone, intricately designed with the patterns of Xenos. "Until we meet again," Liora whispered, her wings brushing Torin's shoulder in a gentle farewell. "Until then," Torin echoed, his voice filled with a promise. They parted ways, returning to their respective worlds, their hearts full of the warmth and understanding they had found together. The galaxy, vast and wondrous, felt a little smaller that night, bound by the threads of friendship and shared stories. And so, under the watchful gaze of countless stars, Liora and Torin carried with them the true meaning of friendship, a light that would guide them through the darkest nights and the brightest days. A reminder that even the most unlikely of companions can find common ground and grow together in harmony. Story 40. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegison, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 41. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Liora. Liora was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Liora lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Liora secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Liora decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Liora for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Liora. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Liora was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Liora on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Liora through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Liora the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Liora found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Liora was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Liora turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Liora realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Liora returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Liora's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Liora's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Liora sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 58. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home. Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. Look closely, child, and you may find your answer. Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. Perhaps this is the key to our mystery, she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. This key matches the music box in the clock tower, he said, eyes widening with realization. I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell. With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira. The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. Thank you, Pippin, Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. We solved the mystery together. Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. It was your heart that led the way, Mira. And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. Story 59. Story 60. 61. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of whispering leaves, a hidden world thrived in a delicate balance of harmony and magic. This was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time, and where the creatures, both seen and unseen, lived lives intertwined with the very soul of nature. One such creature was Neum, a gentle doe with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of amber and gold, blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight that danced across the forest floor. Neum was a guardian of the forest's secrets, entrusted with the ancient wisdom passed down through generations of her kind. As the forest hummed with the vibrant energy of early autumn, the air tinged with the scent of earth and pine, Neum sensed a change. The whispers of the trees spoke of a disturbance, a ripple in the harmony that held their world together. The leaves rustled with urgency, and the brook that babbled over moss-covered stones did so with a note of concern. Curious and concerned, Neum set out to uncover the source of this disturbance. Her hooves were silent upon the soft earth, her presence a quiet whisper in the symphony of the forest. Along her path, she encountered Finbar, a wise old owl perched high in the branches of a towering oak. His feathers were the color of storm clouds, and his eyes gleamed with the light of countless moonlit nights. Neum, he called in a voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. The forest speaks of an imbalance. The clouds gather their strength, yet the rains do not fall. The rivers run low, and the creatures grow anxious. We must find the cause and restore the harmony. Neum nodded, her heart heavy with the responsibility she felt for her forest home. Together, she and Finbar set off deeper into the woods, following the subtle signs that nature left for those who knew how to read them. As they ventured further, the forest grew denser, the canopy above a quilt of green and gold. The sunlight flickered like 1,000 tiny flames, casting playful shadows on the ground. They were joined by Aisling, a rabbit with fur as soft as the morning mist and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. She hopped alongside Niam, her nose twitching with determination. "I heard your call, Finbar," Aisling said, her voice as light as a breeze. "The forest is my family, too. I will help in any way I can." Together, the trio journeyed on, their path winding through groves of ancient trees and fields of wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. They listened to the songs of the birds and the rustle of the leaves, seeking clues in the patterns of nature. Finally, they reached a clearing where the earth seemed to hold its breath. Here, the magic of the forest was palpable, a shimmering presence that danced in the air. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, worn smooth by time and weather, its surface etched with symbols that told the story of the forest. As they approached, the stone began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and a gentle voice spoke, seeming to rise from the very heart of the earth. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the voice intoned, resonating with the strength of the mountains and the softness of the falling rain. "The balance of this world is delicate, and it is in peril. The seasons have shifted, their rhythms disrupted by the actions of those who do not understand their power." Niam, Finbar, and Aisling listened intently, their hearts united in purpose. They knew that the balance of the forest depended on the cyclical dance of the seasons, each playing its part in the grand tapestry of life. Without the rains of autumn, the seeds could not grow, and the rivers would not flow to nourish the land. The voice continued, its tone filled with wisdom and hope. "To restore balance, you must seek the heart of the storm. There, you will find the key to unlocking the rains. But remember, the true power lies not in force, but in understanding and harmony." With renewed determination, the trio set forth once more, their path leading them ever closer to the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of rain heavy upon the breeze. Above, the sky was a swirling mass of dark clouds, pregnant with the promise of a storm yet to be unleashed. As they neared the source of the disturbance, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for the resolution that would either restore or unravel its delicate balance. Niam and her companions moved with purpose, their hearts guided by the wisdom of ages. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a great lake, its waters still and reflective like a mirror. In the center of the lake, a swirling vortex of clouds hovered, crackling with energy. This was the heart of the storm, the place where the balance must be restored. Niam stepped forward, her reflection shimmering in the water's surface. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, seeking the connection that bound her to this land. Finbar and Aisling stood beside her, lending their strength and faith to the effort. In the stillness, Niam heard the voice of the forest once more, a whisper of leaves and the gentle caress of the wind. "Remember, Niam, the key is in understanding. The storm is not your enemy, but a partner in this dance of life." With this wisdom, Niam opened her eyes and spoke to the storm, not with words, but with the language of the heart. She shared her love for the forest, her respect for the cycles of nature, and her desire to restore the harmony that had been disrupted. As her message resonated through the air, the storm responded, the clouds parting to reveal a sky painted with hues of gold and pink. Raindrops began to fall, gentle and life-giving, soaking into the earth and filling the rivers once more. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. The creatures emerged from their hiding places, their hearts light with gratitude. Niam, Finbar, and Aisling stood together on the shore of the lake, their spirits intertwined with the magic of the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Niam turned to her companions with a serene smile. "We have done it, my friends. The forest will thrive once more, its harmony preserved for future generations." And so, under the sheltering canopy of the ancient forest, the hidden lives of its creatures continued in peace, their world a testament to the power of understanding and friendship. As the stars twinkled above, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby, carrying the promise of new beginnings, and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. Story 62. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Liora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Liora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Liora seemed to hear. Liora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Liora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Liora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Liora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Liora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Liora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Liora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Liora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Liora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Liora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Liora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Liora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Liora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Liora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Liora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Liora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Liora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Liora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Liora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 63. Story 64. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Lumina Hollow. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Lumina Hollow. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues. They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. But it feels different. As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Liora, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Liora. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Liora nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped, "But Liora, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Liora, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Liora promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Liora and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts: a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Liora, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Liora recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove, bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty. sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. Story 80. Story 81. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. Just as the trees embrace the changing winds, Ira explained, so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns. Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. Story 82. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Story 89. Story 90. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Liora, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Liora, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Liora would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Liora the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Liora, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Liora and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Liora taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Liora the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Liora to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Liora prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 94. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. "With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Leela, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Leela set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, Thistle, Fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the rhythm of her daily routine. Her days were spent tending to her garden, a patchwork of vibrant colors that danced beneath the sun, and her evenings were reserved for quiet moments by the hearth, where the flickering flames cast a warm glow over her cozy cottage. But deep within her heart, Marin felt a stirring, a whisper of something new and unfamiliar. It was as if the wind carried a secret just for her, one that promised adventure beyond the horizon of her known world. Despite this yearning, the thought of change filled her with trepidation. She clung to her familiar patterns like a child to a cherished blanket, fearful of what might lie beyond. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed gold and crimson, Marin set out for her daily walk through the woods. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled the branches overhead. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, perfectly formed with a luminescent glow. She had heard stories of such rings, whispered tales of magic and transformation. Curiosity mingled with her apprehension, but something in the air urged her forward. As she stepped into the circle, a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with possibility. The world around her shimmered, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though inviting her to embrace the change she had so long resisted. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe with her, its ancient magic awakening. From the shadows emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a silver fox with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. The fox approached with graceful steps and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Fear not the winds of change, dear Marin," the fox said, its eyes kind and knowing, "for within them lies the seed of your growth. Embrace the journey, and you shall find the strength that has always dwelled within you." Though her heart still fluttered with uncertainty, Marin felt a newfound courage stirring. She realized that the fox was right. Perhaps it was time to step beyond the safety of her routine and discover what lay beyond. With a nod of gratitude, she followed the fox deeper into the forest, where the path was lit by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. Along their journey, they were joined by other creatures of the woods, a wise old owl who shared stories of the stars, a playful squirrel who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and a gentle deer who showed her the peace found in stillness. Each companion offered Marin a lesson in embracing the unknown, and with every step she felt her heart grow lighter. As the days turned into weeks, Marin discovered the beauty of transformation. She learned to dance with the wind, to listen to the whispers of the trees, and to find wonder in the smallest of things. The forest became her teacher, and with each lesson she felt herself blossoming, much like her beloved garden back home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin stood at the edge of a glistening lake. The fox, who had become a dear friend, stood beside her. The reflection on the water was that of a woman transformed, not by magic alone, but by the courage to embrace her own potential. "You have grown, dear Marin," said the fox, its voice filled with pride. "You have found your way through the forest of your fears, and now the world is yours to explore." Marin smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the companions who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a gentle nudge from the universe, inviting her to become her truest self. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and an adventurous spirit, Marin returned to her village. Her garden seemed even more vibrant, as if reflecting the transformation within her. And though her routine had shifted, she found joy in the balance of old comforts and new discoveries. As the seasons turned, Marin continued to nurture her garden and her heart, always remembering the lessons of the forest. And on quiet evenings, as she sat by the crackling fire, she would tell tales of her journey to those who sought her wisdom, sharing the magic of personal growth and the beauty of embracing change. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village and the whispers of the forest, Marin lived her days with a heart open to the wonders of the world, knowing that true magic lay not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with open arms. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. I do declare, said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement. These bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows. Merry twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry, he mused. Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood. Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. It seems to me, he said in his deep, soothing voice, that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self. The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Merry, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Merry played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Merry, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Merry, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Merry's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Liora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Liora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Liora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Liora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Liora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Liora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Liora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Liora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Liora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Once upon a time, Nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Liora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Liora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Liora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Liora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Liora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Liora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Liora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Liora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Liora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility." With a gentle touch, Liora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Liora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horace by her side, Liora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Liora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Liora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Liora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Liora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Liora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds, the spirit warned. An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored. Liora nodded, her resolve unwavering. I will do whatever it takes to help, she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Liora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Liora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Liora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Liora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Liora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Liora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Liora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Liora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Liora left the sylphs' domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Liora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Liora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Liora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Liora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the heartstone in her possession, Liora returned to the dryads and sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the heartstone high, Liora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship. The dryads and sylphs regarded the heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Liora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Liora understood the true power of the amulet and the heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Liora bid farewell to the dryads and sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the whispering woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Liora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Liora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Liora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams. A glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air. a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such sylvan was a young guardian named Liora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Liora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Liora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Liora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Liora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Liora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Liora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Liora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Liora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Liora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Liora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Liora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Liora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdania. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Liora, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Liora, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Liora turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Liora, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lira's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Liora struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Liora described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Liora to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Liora shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Liora, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Liora took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Liora listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Liora emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lira's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Liora cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Xeron and Liora sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Xeron, Liora began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Xeron smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Liora. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Liora knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Xeron accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Xeron said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Liora nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Xeron, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Liora stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Xeron watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Xeron knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Liora and Xeron back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Willowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Isla felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Isla knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Isla stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Isla felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Isla finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Liora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Liora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Liora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Liora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Liora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Liora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Liora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Liora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Tarakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terok. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Liora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terok. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terok, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Liora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Liora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Liora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the Leafshade Glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey. and carry its lessons with you always. With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Liora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Liora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Liora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Liora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Liora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Liora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Liora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you? From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Liora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Liora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Liora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Liora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Liora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Liora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Liora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Liora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Liora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Liora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Liora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Liora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Liora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Liora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Liora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Liora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Liora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Liora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Liora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Liora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Liora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. Liora, Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Liora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Liora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Liora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Liora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Liora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Liora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Liora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Liora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Liora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Liora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Liora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper, keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries.